Hello and welcome to another edition of Batavia Muckdog Baseball here on YouTube Live. The field, as you can see, has gone through a little bit of a transformation in the past 24 hours. Rain the past few days here in Batavia. Field was swamped. Our tarp did its magic. You can still kind of see the indentation of the tarp. However, this field drained great, and we will have baseball here on 7-1-6 day at the ballpark, a 4:05 start that's going to go a little bit later here against the Elmira Pioneers. Hello again, welcome. I'm Griffin Della Penna. I will be with you today on the call as we see what Batavia can do against the Pios in their last matchup of the season with their big brother, if you will, as these two teams have battled it out all season long. This will be the 11th regular season game between these two teams. They also had an exhibition game in there as well. Batavia now sitting above 500 at 17-16, 5 games back of first place, as it feels good to be in sole possession of second place here in the West Division. As if the season ended today, Batavia's in the playoffs in their first season here in the PGCBL. Elmira's still hanging in there, and they just have gotten the short side of the stick with horrible weather, a lot of rainouts, and Dunn Field has been through the ringer as of late. They've only played now, they're 14-15, so 29 games comparable to the 33 that Batavia has now played. And they're still in the hunt, only 1 game back of Batavia's things down the stretch, and we'll talk about it a little more with some new rules that were implemented in the league with double headers not really being a priority anymore, as both teams have to now agree to play those games with injury concerns and teams running low here in the short part of the season, with only, again, regular season wrapping up in about 2 weeks. You can see the KMS Diamond Dance Girls are ready to go. Means that baseball will be played here shortly. I'll give you a quick video after their performance, just giving you, again, some game notes regarding today's action, as Batavia, again, 7 wins in their last 10 games, trending in the right direction, where a lot of those teams that were ahead of them in the standings for the majority of the season now on the decline. This is a good time for Batavia to, again, figure out the kinks, and if you want to be playing your best baseball, this is the time to be doing it. Down the stretch, as you're battling for a playoff spot with Batavia, Geneva, and Elmira all inside a game back of that number 2 seed. We'll give you the Tompkins Bank of Castile starting lineup, so make sure that it doesn't get in the way of the Dance Girls for you, as right there in the top right corner you can see today's featured player, Blair Frederick. He'll be in center field, as Blair has really produced well in those top 2 spots in the Muckdog lineup. Jerry Reinhardt for the 2nd straight game now, batting leadoff. He'll be today's DH, as Ethan Cerimento will be at third base. Spencer Marcus batting third yet again, as he leads Batavia in basically every single offensive category you can think of. Cam Connolly, the second baseman that will be attending Pepperdine, he'll be today's cleanup hitter for your Muckdogs. Abner Benitez, after not starting last game but coming up in a huge clutch situation against the Tarp Skunks, where his number was called to actually come in for Blair Frederick in a crucial spot in the game, as Batavia was only up 2 runs at that point in time. And with that 2 RBI triple, that pinch hit was, again, huge. With Jamestown coming back in the 9th inning, they would have actually been down heading into the 9th inning if Benitez did not have that triple. As you can see, Lydia War jumping up in the air there. As the KMS Diamond Dancers, they do a great job as always. Bryce Mortellaro will be batting 6th for the Muckdogs. Charlie Ciccone batting 7th. Trey Bacon getting the start today as an extra hitter. He needs to get some more at-bats under his belt, talking to Skip Martinez. Joe Georgia getting the start at first with Mitch Fleming out due to he actually just had strep throat, so he's not going to be in the lineup here today. And then Ethan Sarmiento at third base with Dathan McGrath on the bump. So again, so we got John Kindig, our in-game host. I believe he's gonna jump off a table as it's 7-1-6 day. He wants to show that he knows what Buffalo's all about and the Bills Mafia. A lot of us are wearing our Bills gear today. He's slamming some beers off his head and broke the table. Maybe a few beers as well. John Kindig, he is a different breed. Yesterday when we were figuring out things with the field as the tarp was on for the whole day, the drainage was horrible. As the dugouts were flooded and John got in there and he made a show out of it, and we love having John Kindig as our in-game host. So team is about to get announced. We'll flip it over to the video that I was alluding to earlier for the pregame show.
Leading off for Batavia, the designated hitter number 9, Jerry Reinhardt. Reinhardt, designated hitter. Batting second, playing center field, number 11, Blair Frederick, accompanied this afternoon by Carson Doctor. Batting third to right fielder, number 29, Spencer Marcus, accompanied this afternoon by Nolan Ripstein, Olivia Ripstein, and Bolton Ripstein. Batting fourth and playing second base, number 15, Cameron Conley, accompanied today by Bryce Tracy. Batting fifth to left fielder, number 21, Abner Benitez, accompanied today by Ali Paluski. Batting sixth and pitching, number 44, Bryce Mortellaro.
So just a quick video there for you, as you know. Oh, no sound on the video again. Sorry about that. Let me try to change that for you as I'll bring that back up. But if you have not seen it yet, you can find that on all of our social media platforms. As Trey Bacon getting announced, baseball buddies here as well. Or again, a great day of baseball here at Dwyer Stadium, with time ticking down here in the regular season, as we do have for 7-1-6 night some raffled items, autographed items from the Buffalo Sabres that were given to us. Is very appreciative of our connections with them. And again, all those proceeds for the raffle tickets of, you know, the Sam Reinhart signed stick. Have some items from Casey Middlestat, Rasmus Ristolainen, very notable guys on the team. As here is the national anthem presented by Ashlyn Puccio. So I'll let her take the mic, and we will be back here in just a second. And wow, Ashlyn Puccio, she is amazing at what she does time and time again this year. She has wowed our crowd with her voice, as we do have 2 first pitches here as well from the local police department from Sean Wilson here. He'll have the first pitch, as again, the Battle of the Badges matchup between our local Batavia Fire and Police Department. There's a strike. Nice throw. As that game, a celebrity softball game. And here is the first pitch from the Fire Department. That one gets there too. Nice block. As we're very excited to host that game after this. Both teams have been working hard and diligently practicing throughout the season, so we're very glad to host that event for the first time. As baseball, we're ready to go. Dathan McGrath, the man on the mound, as again, Dathan, second half of the season really has been a different pitcher. He's figured some things out. He's had some 3 solid starts in a row, 2 scoreless outings against Auburn and then at Niagara. And coming in here with today's matchup against the Pios, a team that has kind of hit him around a little bit throughout the season. This is his 8th start of the year, 7 previous starts with 33 innings under his belt, allowing 33 hits, 18 earned runs, and then 27 strikeouts compared to 12 walks. Biggest thing for Dathan that we've seen throughout this year is him commanding the strike zone. When he gets ahead in counts and he is up 0-2, 1-2, and he gets that first pitch strike, he is a much more efficient and effective pitcher, as you might expect. And that really goes for anybody, but earlier in the year, he found himself in a lot of trouble, in a lot of 2-0 counts, 2-1 counts, and that's why, guys were starting to hit a little bit more off of him, and we look to see that same success that he's been having as of late here in today's start. As starting things off for Elmira will be Jeff Mejia. Time a little bit later than expected. We actually had a player on Elmira that got in a little fender bender before they got on the bus, so he had to figure some things out. And again, we're just happy that baseball is here. A little bit over there. It actually looks much better than earlier today. First base was a little rough. Some water kind of seeped through there, but our grounds crew did a great job, as well as interns and our owner, Robbie Nichols. They did a great job to make today's game happen. As first pitch in there to Jeff Mejia. First pitch, time for 24. As back-to-back strikes there. Jeff Mejia, a guy that I really, really enjoy watching from the University of Maine, a great complete hitter, and he is, I would say, one of the most reliable guys in this Pioneer lineup, as that one just misses the outside corner. That would have been a great start. 3 pitches, see you later to start Dathan McGrath's day. The 1-2, fanned on, is Dathan McGrath starting his day off on a high note, getting that 28th strikeout of the year. So now here is Donovan Montgomery, another guy that has had a great season for the Pios, hitting .299 at this point in time. So we'll see if he can get over the 300 mark today in this one. There's another first pitch strike. That's what I'm talking about. When Dathan gets ahead and is pounding the zone, he's going to be the man that the coaching staff of Joe Martinez and assistant coach Tony Brewington have known that he is this type of player. That bat shatters, and that one's going to get down. As Charlie Ciccone couldn't run that one down, and getting their first hit is Donovan Montgomery at the expense of a broken bat. I just love how this Pioneer team is constructed. 3 guys at the top of the lineup that are your go-to guys. Always enjoyed watching Montgomery, Mejia, and now the man up here, Bobby Marsh. from FAU, hitting .360, a extra base hit machine. That one big swing and a miss. And again, I've said it a few times, but I think I like watching him so much because I am a Dodger fan, and if you're looking at him, he looks a whole lot like Cody Bellinger, very similar swing path with that uppercut swing. After the first pitch strike, here's McGrath. That one lifted out there, a little soft fly ball. Chasing after it is Spencer Marcus. He's going to slide and make the catch, and they're going to try to get him at first, and they do. What a play by Spencer Marcus. The sliding catch comes up and throws a bullet to first base, and Jeff Mejia doubled up at first, trying to tag. That is always the danger zone right there, because you want to get to second. You don't want to be the lead runner thrown out if the ball does hit the grass. And also a great strong throw by Spencer Marcus, but that stretch and pick by Joe Georgia should not go unnoticed. So a great top of the first inning for Batavia will bring up the lineup, as again, it'll be Jerry Reinhardt, Blair Frederick, and Spencer Marcus to start things up here in the bottom of the first for Batavia.
An answer on these ongoing thoughts, these ongoing questions. Trying hard not to get obsessive about finding my way in this rumbling place. It is hard, it is new for me. It's a new way to be, but it's enough. I'll care for me. Oh, I can feel my heart is setting free. I'll find these answers deep inside. I trust on patience. I'll be fine. There's a reason for every try, but I don't need to know them. I don't mind. Ooh, I don't mind. I don't mind. I believe that everything is better once I stop blaming myself. Turn it into lessons, 'cause older regrets don't really matter if I find a way for my love to stay. 'Cause I know that there will be everything I need, 'cause it's enough. I'll find my peace. Oh, I can feel my heart is setting free. I'll find these answers deep inside. I trust on patience. I'll be fine. There's a reason for every try, but I don't need to know.
So here is Jerry Reinhardt. He'll lead things off as the man on the mound for the Pios will be David Ferguson. Ferguson so far this season for the tall right-hander from the University of Pittsburgh. So that one's drilled by Reinhardt, but just a little foul. Again, from Pittsburgh, we've seen him a few times so far this season. As again, Ferguson, tall man on the mound, 4 games, 2 starts, 11 2/3, allowing 13 hits, 8 earned runs, and 9 strikeouts compared to 4 walks for a 6.17 ERA. So Reinhardt fouls one off down the third baseline and then pops one up foul with that swing. Again, Reinhardt really liked being a leadoff hitter in his first time this past Thursday. So he was penciled in there. Wasn't a questionable decision, but you know, it was just kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, we could make that work. As you know, when Jerry was up there for his first at bat, I was just kind of talking myself through, you know, the idea of him being a leadoff hitter, and wants to kind of think it over because he does have speed. He does get on base a lot. Not a huge strikeout guy either as he puts the ball in play like that a whole lot. That one hit over to second base, and a little underhand toss there by Justin Taylor for the first out. So after Reinhardt is retired, here's Blair Frederick. He's played a great center field for Batavia. We hope to see him back on the bump soon. Just a quick little start for him to get his feet wet this past Monday against the Niagara Power. Those two teams will be back in action tomorrow at Sal Maglie Stadium. So that one runs outside. Seems like Ferguson, because he is such a tall pitcher, tries to hide the ball well and create that downward action as using his height to his advantage. That pitch home. Again, missing. Has a little bit of run on that pitch, which will jam a right-handed hitter, but against a lefty, that one's just going to keep running into the other batter's box, and smartly, Frederick will not swing at those. There's the 2-0 breaking ball that is dropped in there, and it's 3-0. So we'll see if Ferguson will allow his first base runner of the day with this pitch. 3-0 outside corner, and there is a strike. As I believe that this is our one home plate umpire that does not have a pretty high signal over there for balls and strikes. That one, yet again, runs outside, as you can see what they're trying to do with Blair, make him hit it the other way. A great pull side hitter. So he'll get the free pass, draws a walk, and Batavia's on the base pass with Spencer Marcus due up here. Spencer, again, just such an impressive season. We knew he was going to be one of the main parts of this team, but since he has been here in Batavia, he has impressed day in and day out. That one runs inside, and a guy that has been plunked a whole lot this year, Spencer Marcus, with that hit by pitch. That'll be his 13th of the season. That is a very high total. The next highest for Batavia is 6. So he's not had good luck in that aspect, as now there's 2 men on for Batavia with Cam Connolly up. It's just very weird because most of the time you get in a groove, even for me as an announcer, you remember things so vividly because you, well, at least we used to be so used to having games essentially every single day. And that one runs outside. Cam Connolly repping that Pepperdine wave-colored bat, the orange and blue, with those blue batting gloves as well. So he's ready to go. He'll be going to Malibu in the fall. Big swing and a miss. But with that being said about not having a game and a lot of games this week, we're supposed to have a full slate. Only off day was going to be Tuesday, and you lose a game at Dunfield on Wednesday due to rain. Same thing again on Friday, and then yesterday our home game that got postponed, the second of the year. As that one trickles away and get away from Barrientos, and he's just going to hold on to that, as advancing will be Blair Frederick and Spencer Marcus. So the count will be 2-1 with 2 men in scoring position. As that one just kind of trickled away from Barrientos. 2-1 count, big spot for Cam Connolly here. But with 4 games that were postponed this week, it's pretty crazy. And tough to get into a groove, and that's where, you know, teams like Elmira that have actually dealt with this more than Batavia with cancellations and game postponements and things just really not going their way. At least Batavia's been on the winning end of a lot of this craziness that's been occurring, and Elmira is winning 2 of their last 10 games. A team that looked like they were going to run away with number 2, and at one point were even the number 1 seed here in the West Division. That has changed a whole lot in the past few weeks. That's the great thing about this league. The full count, and that one he swings right through. So 3 big hacks for Cam Connolly. Can't make contact as Ferguson gets his first strikeout here today. Now here's Abner Benitez, the Alabama State product, going into his sophomore year. As Benitez, he's shown that he can come up in big spots, be a clutch hitter, and even though he was coming off on Monday a 3-strikeout game, wasn't in the starting lineup against the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. There's a check swing, and Benitez did not go. As, again, Benitez is a guy that is at the top of a lot of these offensive categories, still hitting .292. He has 3 home runs, a whole lot of RBIs at 18. That one is hit towards the Muckdog dugout, just hit the tip of the bat. So 1-1 count. But Benitez coming off one of those games where he really did struggle. Wasn't necessarily Skip Martinez sending a message, but also proving to him that it doesn't matter who you are if you're a crucial guy in this lineup. We want to win. We want to have the best lineup possible day in and day out. And just in that scenario, maybe that wasn't part of the plan, but they knew all along that if they needed him to come up in a big spot against a right-handed pitcher, as Jamestown decided to start Ryan Bradarich, who is a left-handed hitter, that's a matchup that Benitez really has not excelled in so far this year. But bullpen came in, right-hander came in, and Benitez with that 2 RBI triple in the pinch hit opportunity. So it's a 2-1 count, 2 men on. Batavia doesn't want to strand these first 2 men on base and try to get a early lead, as now it's coming home will be Blair Frederick. As try to score now. And time is called as 2 runs just scored. Nobody was there, and David Ferguson might have just got caught sleeping. So it was a 2-1 count. If he was hit, then those runs won't score. As they're going to talk things over. Whole lot of confusion. I was pretty confused up here as well. I just saw Blair kind of take one. And it should be a dead ball, even though that Blair Frederick made his way back out there. And Charlie Ciccone just threw at Abner's back out there, trying to say that, he didn't know what the count was. So then it was only a 3-1 count. Ball did not hit Abner, and then those runs would score due to it being a pass ball. And Robbie Barrientos just, grabbed the ball, didn't do anything, and not covering home was the man on the mound. David Ferguson, lots of confusion. Andrew Jum, the interim coach for the Pios, also out there pleading his case. And now Joe Martinez, he's asking what's going on, because that was a very peculiar sequence there. So they're telling Abner to get back to home plate, so they must be saying that it was not a dead ball, did not hit Abner Benitez, and it's just going to be a 3-1 count. So it's going to be a 3-1 count. I believe both of those runs are going to score. I'm not too sure what just happened. All right, well, Batavia's up in this one, 2-0. So a wild pitch. It was 3-1, and that's best case scenario in that situation for Batavia. So now up 2-0. 2 runs scoring on the wild pitch, and counts 3-1. That one's fouled away and hit up in the bleacher seats, and a fan getting a little souvenir. So, full count here to Abner Benitez. As the pitch home, that one misses outside yet again as Ferguson continues to miss with that arm side pitch to left-handers. So, nevertheless, have another base runner. Second walk of the inning for Ferguson, who already had 4. Is that ratio of strikeouts to walks continuing to climb up with Bryce Mortellaro up here from Ranger College. He's pieced together a solid season in his own right. He's been great behind the plate. Barrientos, that one was way up there for a strike. That was pretty high pitch. That one misses low for a ball. So Benitez on first after 2 walks and then a hit by pitch. Batavia still not in the hit column, but they have that 2-0 lead. That one is put into play. Donovan Montgomery's going to glove it and just step on second himself. So Batavia does have the early lead now, as that very odd sequence with both runners scoring. Abner Benitez thought that he was walked. Maybe they thought it hit him. I'm not too sure. We'll have to get some clarification after the game for that. However, Batavia now does have that 2-0 lead heading into the top of the second inning.
Holding nothing back, yeah, we love a little harder. Opposites attract, but we push it even further. Think we'll know it when the chaos ends. Build it up to tear it down again. We got a couple cracks, but what's so wrong with that? If we're gonna crash and burn, we know what's coming, let's enjoy it first. Oh, pretend that it don't hurt. What happens after? Oh, it always turns to a beautiful disaster.
And we are back as Dom Popa will be the first man up to bat. He will square to bunt and takes the strike anyway, as coming in on that one was Ethan Sarmiento at third. And again, I just love the differences that he's made, as there's a nice catch by Charlie Saccone, jumping up and stealing a base knock into shallow left center field from Dom Popa. Great piece of hitting to even get to that outside pitch and just get the top hand over, roll it to the opposite field, as Charlie Saccone again standing at 6'5". We saw some of those plays with Mikey Floridas, and he couldn't come up to grab them in their last game against Jamestown. But similar ball hit in the air to Charlie, and he makes the catch. So here's Erickson. That one in there for the first strike. He is the only guy so far this year that's hit a home run at Dwyer Stadium. Kind of hit the jet stream out there in right field. Opposite field home run for him. He's been Pretty solid hitter, hitting 238. Big strikeout guy. Goes down via the strikeout a whole lot as that one's popped up high in the air. Chasing after it is Charlie Ciccone. He's going to call it off. Abner Benitez had no clue where the ball was. And good thing that it wasn't hit in his direction because he was probably not going to end up with the ball. So 2 down as Charlie Ciccone has both of the outs so far. So now up to the plate, Justin Taylor from Millersville University has a 167 clip this season. And Trevor Henneman, the Canisius College Golden Griff, on deck. That one bounces to the plate. As Justin Taylor again. Not that high of a batting average, kind of one of those platoon infielders for the Pios. We've seen him play some third, some second base, and getting the day off, Emilian Petrie. So 167 hitter. 54 at-bats, 9 hits, 2 doubles, and 6 RBIs. That one swung on, hit high, so McGrath making his fielders work. This one chasing in on it will be Joe Georger, but sticking that one, Bryce Mortellaro, making sure another one doesn't pop out of his glove. So 1-2-3 right there for Dathan McGrath as Batavia out to this 2-0 lead. Let's see if they build on it with Charlie Ciccone, Trey Bacon, and Joe Georger. The first 3 due up in the bottom of the second.
All night, hidden tight, my favorite shade of green in his eyes. Oh, I never wanna say goodbye. Bourbon, your lips, we're both slow dancing in the kitchen. Oh, I wish that every minute went slower by. Chasing it like butterflies, holding on so tight. Wishing on a shooting star, lighting up the sky. Oh God, how did you do it? I'm loving every moment with you. Driving with the windows down, this feels like a breeze. When you turn to look my way, my heart just gets so weak. Oh God, how did you do it? I'm loving every moment with you. Every moment with you.
So the man that just made a whole lot of plays out there in the field was the player of the game in last Thursday's game, Charlie Ciccone at the plate. As he did, tries to get a little bunt down there and leaves the bat as well. And trying to keep Theodorelis over there on his toes. That's the first time we've seen him at third base. That'd be a long way to come in. As now Theodorelis kind of taking a few more steps closer, and there's a hit right back up the middle. Charlie Ciccone also playing much better in the last few games, as was really working on certain aspects of his swing. He gets the first hit of the day for Batavia. No better feeling than maybe if you're going through a little bit of a slump, you're not swinging it the best, and you just hit one on the screws right back up the middle. No better feeling as a hitter. It's just a big relief. As squaring a bunt and coming back on it, Trey Bacon here from Tallahassee Community College, a Tampa, Florida native. Goes to school with Carlos Rodriguez. seen him be a pitcher more than at the plate and in the field. It's just that middle infield is so impressive, and there's a strike too. So as that one was way out there, Trey now realizing, well, now I'm in an 0-2 hole. So Charlie Ciccone, guy with some speed on the base pass. We'll see if he goes in motion, but instead that one's going to be hit over Theodorelis' head, and he'll just be barely able to get a glove on it, so there's going to be an infield chopper hit for Trey Bacon. Back-to-back singles now, as that was a little awkward there for Theodorelis. Trying to keep things going for Batavia. Here is Joe Georger. Georgia getting the start again today at first base from Washington University at St. Louis. A Appleton, Wisconsin native. He's already squaring to bunt. Coming in on it will be Trevor Henneman, today's first baseman. He's going to put it right down the third baseline as that one kind of drifts foul. So 0-1 count. So a contact guy does have a slightly high strikeout total. He's hitting 244 on the season. He's a great guy for Batavia to have off the bench, and in situations when you know that there's going to be a righty on the mound, good time for Georgia to get some playing time. That bunt, he will get down right on the third baseline. Theodorelis steps, throws, and a great sacrifice opportunity there for Joe Georger. Is now same situation that they were in last inning, 2 men on, 1 out, both in scoring position. Trying to cash in these runs is Ethan Sarmiento. So the sacrifice, if you're scoring that at home, a little 5-3 sack bunt. So now there's 1 out here in the inning. Ethan Sarmiento getting the start at third from Monroe College. Again, came out of the gates a little slow, but since then he's really actually produced, and I'm very happy for him. As now hitting 171, and that average continues to climb for him. He's limited the strikeouts as he started the year. Just felt like nothing could really go his way. That slider misses on the outside corner. There's 35 at-bats for Ethan. 6 hits now, 3 of them being doubles and 1 RBI. 8 walks to his credit. And the 1-1, that one ripped down the line and hooked foul. Almost taking out Charlie Ciccone there as he was taking his lead at third. The number 10 man here, Ethan Sarmiento, and then Jerry Reinhart leading things off. At the top of the order, he's on deck. So Ferguson in the full with 2 men on. Feels more comfortable that way, as that one must miss a little low. Still trying to get the consistency and see, as a catcher, it was always tough when you have a few calls that are a little all over the place. Because you want to know where to set up, where you can get some calls, and where you want to stay away from. Haven't judged that so far, as there's another hit back up the middle, but that one will not get through, as Justin Taylor will catch that little shallow fly ball. So here's Jerry Reinhart, today's DH, getting some time off at third for Ethan to get some reps over there. That will be now 2 outs. As that pitch home, slider outside corner in there. So for Elmira, was just trying to compare some of the stats across the board. Batavia has a lower batting average than them, especially in with runners in scoring position. If you also look at the amount of runs that they have scored this year, Elmira, even though they've played 4 less games, actually leads by 4 runs, 192 to 188. This offense, that would correlate in the sense that, you know, if you have a higher batting average, more people getting on base, more people coming home. That's just the probability of that. But Batavia winning with the pitching department that now has a ERA that is sitting at 4.2, and Elmira with a 4.81 ERA. That one hit hard over to Theodorelis. He'll nab that one, and that's a throw in the dirt, and not being able to come up with it is Trevor Henneman. That's not his normal position. 2-run score, as there's an error on the bad throw by Theodorelis. That was in the dirt again. Trevor Henneman is not always a first baseman. I've never even seen him at first at Canisius, so got the start there today, and there's going to be an E5 with the throw by Theodorelis. Again, a guy that traditionally doesn't play third base. He's an outfielder slash pitcher. So Reinhardt reaches on the E5, 2-run score because of it in this already quirky type of game. So Charlie Ciccone and Trey Bacon both score after their singles. Batavia 4 runs, just 2 hits. That's how it is sometimes. Dribbler to the backstop, hit by Blair. And again, Reinhardt at second, 4-0 is your score. He's trying to take the wind out of the sails of the Pios. That's been the message this entire week when they were supposed to play again 3 times this week. Batavia won the series last week, trying to steal third. Jerry Reinhardt, no throw. What a jump by Jerry Reinhardt there. It's an off-speed count. That's what we've seen, at least so far. The 1-0, he's really been trying to establish the slider and stealing another base. So Reinhardt now with his fourth stolen base. Dropped in there. Will be strike 2. So 1-2 here to Frederick, who was walked and then was the first run of the ball game. 1-2 count. Trying to have a nice 2-strike approach here. The pitch misses low. Nice block by Barrientos. Reinhardt again just 90 feet away from scoring. And what turned into our off day on Friday, me, Skip Martinez, Tony Brewington, and Jerry went and played some golf. It was a pretty good time. The 2-2 swung on and missed, and getting out of the little jam there is David Ferguson, who's had some troubles with the walks so far today. Batavia, again, scoring runs in double, as 2 runs in the first, 2 more in the second. More pairs for Batavia, so we'll head into the 3rd inning as Dathan McGrath continuing to impress here for Batavia.
Sometimes I say that I want you back, but I don't know if I do. Sometimes I think about the good days we had, but there were bad days too. And I know love is like the phases of the moon. And I know you would say I gave up way too soon. So it's gone, now we both moved on. Oh, that's la la life, that's la la life. Baby, let it be, enjoy the memory. Oh, that's la la life, that's la la life. And I know. Sometimes I say that I want you back, but sometimes I say that I want you back, but
So we are back as here in the top of the 3rd inning, getting low in his stance. Trevor Henneman, man at first base tonight. Came back from a wrist injury that actually kept him out for the majority of our season at Canisius. So now he has been cleared. Watches that one miss low. So a 1-1 count here for Trevor. As again, he's hitting .500, just 4 at-bats. And that multi-hit game for him came against the Muckdogs last week when they traveled to Dunn Field. Nice comeback win for Batavia in that 9-7 win. So Batavia, and if you look at the division standings, Jamestown sitting in first place. That one hit on the ground. Charlie Ciccone already has had a busy day, and that busy day will continue as he will get the first out here in the third. So 1 out, 8 man in the Elmira order. Hitting .212 from Old Dominion University. A very solid catcher behind the plate. He was a late addition to this Elmira team. As with their recruiting and them being a well-established organization, they kind of had the name and could bring in guys whenever, or had some other opportunities already set up for them. As that one's cut on and hit out to left field. Coming in will be Abner Benitez for the second out. So Dathan McGrath grooving through his first time through the Pios lineup. So 2 outs now is Aaron Thomas, the right fielder from Wofford, hitting .155. Utility guy, we've seen him utilize all around the diamond. Again, McGrath. That pitch home. Misses. And through this first 8 guys that McGrath has faced, it's a rarity if he doesn't find himself ahead in the count. Getting that first pitch strike. Getting some weak contact to make them have 2 strikes or throw a pitch on the outside corner just like that one. Is now he's ahead in the count, 1-2. Lots of options. The man on the bump. That one misses. McGrath, right-hander, 6'5", 195, attends West Texas A&M University. That one chopped on and hit a little funny there. As that one trickled down the first baseline, but foul. He's actually started his career at Western Texas with the Western Texas Westerneers. I really like that name. And was a walk-on. How he's doing big things is there will be, and they're saying that he didn't go. I thought it was just going to be a strike regardless, but they must be saying that one missed low. Might have been, not too sure, but again, we've already had some wild things happen in this one, so I'm not too surprised. Payoff pitch doesn't matter. He's going to go down on strikes anyway. Dathan McGrath with the high cheese has Thomas swinging out of his shoes. That's his second strikeout of the day. Back-to-back 1-2-3 innings for Dathan McGrath. This pitching staff, second half, they've really improved across the board. They're showing it off here today. As here in the middle of the third, we'll be back in just a second as Spencer Marcus, Cam Connolly, and Abner Benitez are the first 3 due up for your Muckdogs.
Cause I still love you. Without you, I'm just a mess, so yeah. What you do just makes my head spin, oh yeah. So put your love into me and I'll take it slow. And we can dance through the night to the radio. I'm not feeling so high off the ground, but when I look in your eyes, it's like there's nothing around, oh no. How could you do this? You're such a mystery, you cover the bruises and make me feel relief. All your love and nothing more, you left my heart out on the floor, and I can't live if it ain't true, cause I still love you. 'cause I can feel it.
So here is Spencer Marcus. As still some convos. I'm not too sure if Andrew Drum talking to the base umpire about something down the line, and Tony Brewington also watching on. Not too sure what he could be talking about or upset about. So maybe he's still pleading his case, talking about the first inning. I'm not sure. And David Ferguson just throwing a little pop fly out to Jeff Mejia in center field. Now they're just playing some catch, and they're still talking things over. As Andrew Drum now still going back to talk to him. And now he's getting escorted over. And he's tossed. Very uneventful toss right there. He didn't really seem too upset. He must have just been nagging him on, and our home plate umpire, he's not going to have it. So you can just see for the Pioneers in general, this, I don't know if this is the right verbiage to use, but like a downward spiral as they, again, were at the top of the division. They were in first place. Andrew Drum just grabbing his stuff, and he's leaving. That's the first ejection we've seen this year, but that one was not exactly what I expected. And, you know, a few more words have been said. And making his way to the visitors' clubhouse now will be interim head coach Andrew Drum. So, looks like we're ready to go. As you know, this has been a very quirky game so far. And Spencer Marcus hit, and Spencer obviously very upset. Second time hit, and you know, with the bad blood that these two teams have had, 2 pitches, 2 beams to the best player on the Muckdogs, he should be getting kicked out for that. Especially with your head coach just getting tossed, and then the next pitch you have is going to plunk the number 3 hitter and best player on your team. The fans here are also not liking it. And that's going to be a warning, and Joe Martinez is livid, and he has every right to be. As that one just clipped Spencer Marcus in the same spot, and things might get out of hand here as warnings have been addressed to both sides. So last time these two teams are facing off, comes to no surprise that there would be some extracurriculars with it as well. But Marcus now hit as his total continues to rise. Already has been hit by 14 pitches this year.
The extra hitter, second baseman number 15, Cameron Conley.
2 hit by pitches, both to Spencer Marcus. Again, a guy that, you know, he isn't a talkative guy. He just kind of keeps to himself and lets his play do the talking. So I don't think that it could be anything that he's said. These two teams, again, have played each other so much. They've not liked each other. Another back pick. We've seen Barrientos come up. It looked like he was going to fire to first a few times. And he does there. And getting back safely is Spencer. And again, that like almost downward spiral. There's a strike in there to Cam Connolly. He struck out in his last trip, hitting .264 this season with lots of extra base hits. Connolly, 23 hits, 8 extra base hits, 5 doubles, 3 triples. One of those doubles coming in their last game. Another swing and miss and a strong throw, and they are going to tag out Spencer as he's coming up now. just think he wanted to see if his player was okay. And he was okay. As the swing and the miss makes it 1-2. As caught stealing, nice strong throw by Barrientos. So 1 out. That one misses outside again, so 2-2. But again, for Elmira, a team that traditionally has not played well on the road, 4-10 in those games. But when they're at Dunn Field, 10-5, they still find their way one game under as screaming from the Elmira dugout, some players, as that will be the second out and the second strikeout for Cam Connolly. And I can just feel the tension brewing here between these two teams. Now Elmira's all up in the dugout. Again, these two teams have gotten into some issues before. That would make sense. It comes down to the last game that these two teams have played. Batavia has had their number. They're 6-4 against them. There's a funny swing there for Abner, 0-2. And the Pios bench is definitely letting him hear it. These two teams and chippy and almost gotten a bench clearing brawl. Some of the players have said things to coaches for the Muckdogs and some of the Diamond Dance girls, and it's been very, very interesting. But the mindset for Batavia is you can let them do whatever. Ferguson foul tip on the 0-2, so they have a quick inning in their own right after their head coach was tossed. Spencer Marcus then drilled. Then he's thrown out at second base with 2 strikeouts following that. We'll quickly thank some of our sponsors, Eli Fish, Batavia Downs, and Ficarella's Pizza. Hear a little bit more about all the great things that they do for the Muckdog. And a big thanks to our sponsors, Batavia Downs Gaming. Batavia Downs Gaming and Hotel is the area's premier entertainment destination with great restaurants, events, and on-site hotel. They also host the hottest concerts this summer with the Rockin' the Downs Summer Concert Series each Friday night. Be sure to check them out and get tickets at BataviaConcerts.com. Also, thank you to Ficarella's Pizza. Ficarella's Pizza of Batavia is where you can get your fix to satisfy your cravings for piping hot pizza, scrumptious subs, and mouth-watering wings. Every Friday, enjoy Ficarella's fabulous fish fry. Don't forget the fixed plate, fat wraps, and all your favorite pasta dishes, and they have blueberry and raspberry barbecue sauce that tastes great on wings. So when you have that craving for delicious food, get your fix at Ficarella's Pizza on Liberty Street in Batavia. And lastly, thank you to Eli Fish Brewing Company, the home of the Muckdog Ale. And again, a huge thanks to Ficarella's Pizza, Eli Fish Brewing Company, and Batavia Downs Gaming for everything that they do to keep baseball here in Batavia. And again, if you have not had a Muckdog Ale yet, I would definitely tell you to do so. It's a great drink, and again, bottled, brewed right here in Batavia. First pitch strike again from Dathan McGrath to the number 10 man in the Pios lineup, Peter Theodorelis. Theodorelis from Malloy College, a Division III school. That one swung on and hit foul. He's hitting .289 this season. He is a great hitter. It's a little less than normal than what you see with how he hits, but hey, whatever works. As again, hitting a .289 clip, 38 at-bats, 11 hits, 16 runs scored, and 5 extra base hits. That guy has 3 triples to his credit, too. So, fun guy to watch. I've seen him on the mound, in the outfield, make some nice catches, and today at third base. He has a full count, and a quick time is called by Theodorelis with Jeff Mejia and Donovan Montgomery due up next. Here to start off the fourth. That one swung and hit over towards the left field line, and guess who caught that one? Charlie Ciccone, as he is such a great guy to have for the Dogs out there. Love having him out at short for the Muckdogs. And again, so we are ready to go with Jeff Mejia. Mejia takes ball 1. Surprising to see not the count being 0-1, 1-0. Haven't seen a whole lot of that with how great Dathan has been so far, allowing 1 base runner, as he was then a part of a double play. So now with the top of the lineup due up, the past 8 men have been retired in order against McGrath. So, 1 out. Ready to go. Jeff Mejia now. 2-0 count. Quick talk from Mortellaro and McGrath. That one outside corner gets the call. 2-1. Great pitch there. And that one swung on again. So McGrath battling back into this count against the University of Maine outfielder. As McGrath gets set, that pitch home. That one smoked up the middle. Getting a glove on it is McGrath. Charging will be Cam Connolly with the throw, and he is safe. But that would have been a great catch by Dathan if he could reel that one in. So there's his second allowed hit, and right as I was talking about how he's retired the last 8 guys, seems like our training staff was going to come out and look at Dathan. He said he's okay. So Mejia with the single, and the other guy that has a hit so far for the Pios, Donovan Montgomery. Had that looping hit on the broken bat, strike 1. As coming in with some new lumber, swinging an all-black beauty now. Quick little lead for Mejia. Great off-speed pitch dropped in there by McGrath. Trying to get a double play ball here. 0-2 count. And this pitch home, looked at, and ooh. Eek. That one looked on the outside corner, and fans are also letting him hear about that. That pitch home, and would have struck him out regardless. 2 down. Montgomery, 299 clip coming into the day, so he is a great hitter, but does strike out a decent amount. That is strikeout number 30 for Montgomery. So 2 down here. With Bobby Marsh, he flew out to Spencer Marcus, who turned that nice double play. That one a little late was Bobby Marsh there. Again, interim coach Andrew Drum was ejected back in the top of the 3rd. So the coaching staff has changed. That one's popped up over to Abner Benitez. Benitez making his way, and he will come down with it. So Batavia again with another quick inning, even though McGrath does allow a hit there. As we are here now in the bottom of the fourth inning, we'll put up the lineup graphic for you. And due up now, Bryce Mortellaro, Charlie Ciccone, and Trey Bacon yet again.
Now let's send it down to Kendall.
Searching for a way out. I've gone too far to back off now, and I can't lie to myself. Sometimes I get down, but it means too much to me to go without it. So we make it right through thick and thin, pick it up and try again. Cause if something matters, you don't get up on it. It's easier said than done, but nothing was ever won if there wasn't anybody there to fight for it. Cause if something matters, you don't get up on it. If there wasn't anybody there to fight for it.
So Bryce Mortellaro will be the first man up here. As in the bottom of the fourth inning now, Batavia up in this one 4-0. Trying to continue to have a commanding lead here. As Mortellaro grounded out, and Donovan Montgomery just stepped on the bag to end the second inning. In the first pitch strike, David Ferguson, again, has limited the damage. That very odd sequence that happened in the first allowed the first two runs, and then Peter Theodorelis with that error as Bryce Mortellaro takes that ball for a ride out to right center field, and he's going to take second as well. Having some trouble throwing the ball in is the right fielder Aaron Thomas, and a stand-up leadoff double for the Muckdogs catcher. So Bryce with that hit right there, that will be his 11th of the season and third double, rather. Charlie Ciccone, he has a hit so far today, also a run scored. Charlie Ciccone, then Trey Bacon. Both have hits, as they are the three men here that are responsible for the Muckdogs hits. Mortellaro, Ciccone, and Bacon, 6, 7, and 8 in the Muckdogs order. Charlie changed his walk-up song and started wearing the tie headband. Since then, he's been putting the dogs on his back, both with the bat and on the mound. 0-1 count. Ferguson, the pitch home. That one, I believe, just ran in a little inside. So Charlie repping those new gap-to-gap sponsored bats. We're so grateful and thankful for Gap to Gap. As that one's drilled back up the middle. Ferguson had trouble with it, and Ciccone's speed, he's going to get to first. So another hit for him as this hot streak just builds and builds. Excuse me, builds and builds. I'm thinking of Bills because we're here for 716 Day, but now there's two men on for Trey Bacon. Seems like Ferguson's okay, as that one did come back up the middle. He just got some of his glove on it. So Trey Bacon, only 12 at-bats so far this season. And they're going to say that he did go on the swing. the bunt not being able to be pulled back. And again, Trey Bacon only 12 at-bats, 3 hits now, and 3 total walks. And all the kids in attendance have some interesting things set to happen here shortly at Dwyer Stadium. So we might be having another helicopter here, as the last time Pete Zeliff drove on opening night here at the ballpark. That pitch home, that bunt will not get down as that goes foul down the third baseline. So 1-2 count. As Trey Bacon now just has to grip it and rip it here. Tried to move the runners with nobody out. Try to have 2 men in scoring position yet again. But instead, we'll see if he can just do it himself. Doesn't need the bunt. Just move the runners as is. And a long pause. Ferguson the pitch home. That one misses high. So working his way back into the count is Trey Bacon. So this week, these two teams were supposed to battle 2 other previous times at Dunfield, again, where the Pioneers do have a better record at home, 10-5, and on the road, 4-10. So those were going to be big games for them to try to continue to climb back in the standings and regain second place. But the weather has just not cooperated for them, as, again, just seems like things just have not been going their way, especially in their last 10 games. 2-8 in their last 10. Lost that spot, and now they're sitting 1 game under 500. A big win to kind of stop the bleeding in a sense. Be big for their confidence, as well as going into this next week. You try to, kind of look week by week. Okay, we want to win the week. We want to be over 500 for the week, and continue to try to build back where now the Muckdogs sit. Early on in this season, Elmira had their number. So that one on the 3-2 misses, so instead of bunting him over, he's just going to be on first base. Bases are loaded, nobody out for Joe Georger, who had that sacrifice bunt in his first trip. Again, that would be big for Elmira to kind of flip the script, take something out of the Muckdogs book. They really haven't done a whole lot early on in the season, especially against Elmira and the teams ahead of them in the standings, but a few monumental wins for their confidence and realizing as a team that they can make the playoffs. They can make a large impact and kind of shake things up here in the West. And they have done that. So, again, the new coaches with Andrew Drum after he got tossed, Alex Bardo and Eugene Butler. So they talk quick to Ferguson, and here is Joe Georger. Bases are loaded, nobody out. Corners are in, they're just going to turn it up the middle. And if you're Georgia here, you just want to put the ball in play. Don't want to go down via the strikeout. That takes some of the burden off Ferguson and the fielders. Let's try to make a play. Ball in the outfield will score 2 with Mortellaro, the lead runner, and Charlie Ciccone with some speed at second. Wodo checks swung, and that one misses, so 2-0. And Batavia with a little win streak against Elmira. Won that series last week as they played each other for 3 straight days, home, away, home. And Batavia won last Saturday 2-0 as Tyler Prospero won in the pitching duel. Carlos Rodriguez came in for the save. That was big for Batavia to, again, try to get back into the playoff hunt. And since then, they have showed that they are a team that should be playing in August. So 3-1. And the pitch, that one misses again. So it looks like Ferguson's running out of gas. There is a right-hander warming up now, and that was what was kind of abrupt from, the mound visit was they had nobody warming up. Even though the wheels were starting to fall off, I didn't know what they were going to go to. Is now they will bring in the right-hander with Ethan Sarmiento up. It's Alex Bardo. He's just going to talk things over as Ferguson's day will be done. As the score is also 5-0. RBI walk right there for Joe Georgia. We'll take a quick break as a right-hander is coming in for the Pios. Again, you're watching Batavia Muckdog Baseball here on YouTube Live.
I don't know what I came here for. Maybe closure or nostalgia. Don't recall how I even got here. Chances are I'll never see you. It was cold with our hands in pockets. Bitter snow in late November. If it was over, I never saw it. Where were you when it was empty? And where are you now? Round and round and round we go. But we can't fight, no we can't fight it. And away we go. No we can't stop, we'll never stop it. Never stop it. Never stop it. I'm a ghost moving through these walls. Scared to see my own reflection. I feel the words tumble out my mouth. Am I better off without you? Better without you. We can't fight, no we can't fight it. And away.
So Ethan Sarmiento coming up here. Another big spot, bases loaded, nobody out. The new pitcher for the Pios, Alex Sweeney. Sweeney from North Essex Community College. First pitch swinging for Ethan. That one's fouled away. So for Alex Sweeney, all of his appearances out of the bullpen. This will be his 7th appearance, 16 innings pitched, 19 hits allowed, and 12 earned runs as the count now is 0-2. And 13 strikeouts compared to 16 walks. So that's something that has to get figured out as Sweeney has a 6.75 ERA. 0-2, bounces to the plate. Nice block by Barrientos. That had to get out of his crouch and make sure that one hits him square. So 1-2. Great performance so far for Barrientos. It's been busy as lots of balls have been blocked by him. As readjusting his batting gloves, now stepping back to the dish, Sarmiento. As you want to see some more life if you're Elmira to maybe be energized by interim coach Andrew Drum. As that one is coming in on it, Jeff Mejia, and trying to score will be Charlie Ciccone, and the play at the plate will not be in time, as there is a sac fly for Sarmiento, as there's a RBI for him. So now there's just one out in the inning, and 6-0 is your score. And with that RBI, that's number 2 for Ethan. So let it just put the ball in play again. That's what I said before when Georgia was up with, nobody out and bases loaded. Just want to put the ball in play. Put the ball in play, good things are going to happen. Don't want to go down via the strikeout. So now top of the order, Jerry Reinhardt here. Really liking him in the leadoff spot. And especially when the bottom of the order is hitting and getting on base the way they are right now, he still has the opportunity to hit some guys home, as he does have a pretty high RBI total, with him being a 4 or 5 hitter throughout the season. Reinhardt already does have 14 RBIs, but a guy that gets on base at a very high percentage. So from the stretch, Sweeney gets the sign. Takes a look at Trey Bacon, and Reinhardt watches ball 2 go just a little low and inside. Not a very consistent strike zone that we've seen today. Most of the time early on, okay, this guy likes the outer half of the plate, inner half is maybe a no-go. But so far today, just haven't really gotten to the flow of the game where you know what's going to be what. Even up here, that's something that, you like to look for as well. So it's a 3-0 count for Sweeney that, again, has some issues with allowing the free pass. And that pitch home on the 3-0 drops for the first strike. 2 men on, 3-1 count, 6-0 is your score here in the bottom of the 4th. As Batavia's has had the Piles number these past few games. 3-1, misses, and that one gets to the backstop, and Trey Bacon takes a look, but he's not going to come home, as Sweeney also covers home. Bases juiced, 1 out now for Blair Frederick. And again, what I was kind of surprised with was after Andrew Drum was tossed, you could tell maybe he was just trying to prove a statement to his guys, get them fired up, have some energy, as it's frustrating for all parties involved, from top down in the organization. Elmira, from what I have been told, they've been in the playoffs all 10 years of their existence. And for that possibility to kind of be hanging in the balance is different for them. Because most of the time at this point in the season, they're to kind of have things wrapped up. They are all in good spirits. Morale is high. That's just not the case right now. And maybe Andrew Drum just trying to switch something up, get the guys a little more involved and invested, and say to themselves, well, if Coach cares this much, maybe I should do XYZ and my preparation and what I can do to be a better player, a better teammate, and what I can do to get us out of this hole that we find ourselves in. But so far, Batavia's tacked on a few more runs, which makes it tough to look on the positive side, as that one's going to drop. Nice hit down the line by Blair Frederick. The play at third, and Joe Georgia's going to be safe. That ball is going to bounce near the Muckdog dugout, and scoring 2 runs after Joe Georgia that ball definitely hit his, I believe, his foot when Theodorelis tried to put the tag on. As it's, again, getting out of hand here. 8-0 is your score. These Batavia fans are happy. They just got back to 500 here at Dwyer Stadium. Out of the gates early on in the season, Batavia really struggled here at home, but they actually have a 4-game win streak here at Dwyer Stadium, so trying to make it 5 for the Dogs. Get 2 games above 500, give them even more cushion to try to secure a playoff spot. And there's a strike, and Spencer Marcus wasn't hit for the 3rd time on the first pitch that he saw. As that one swung on, hit high in the infield. As making the catch is Justin Taylor. So still 2 men in scoring position now for Cam Connolly.
Second baseman, number 15, Cameron Conley.
So Blair Frederick again did have a single in his last trip, 1 RBI, and then he advanced due to the error. It's Trey Bacon and then Joe Georgia all came around to score. Jerry Reinhart at 3rd base. That one misses low for Cam Connolly, who's also trying to get in the hit department. Batavia, again, they had 2 coming into this inning and already have 4. That one bounces, 2-0 count. Cam Connolly again, trying to make this a double-digit ball game. One swing of the bat could make it 10-0. That one put into play over to Taylor. He's going to glove that. Another underhand toss, his 2nd of the day. Batavia adds 4 more runs here, doubles their run total here in the 4th. So Batavia, again, they've continued to impress, do a lot with the bats, trying to, as we might be having something here, as the candy drop from Pete Zeliff with his helicopter should be in the area. But during this time, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors: Batavia Downs Gaming, Eli Fish Brewing Company, Ficarella's Pizza, Alex's Place, Dr. Noah Hoy, Tompkins Bank of Castile, UMMC, New York 529 College Savings, and Restore. We thank you for all that you do, and just a little more about some certain aspects that are close to me and close to my heart and what we're doing here today. I mentioned before that the Sabres actually donated some items that are being raffled off as we speak. Some autographed items, which is really cool. And it was my idea to have the Michael Napoleon Memorial Foundation be the reason why. I believe that the guys are just going to walk out on the field now. I thought the candy drop was going to happen. Maybe we're going to wait a little bit longer, as Dathan McGrath going back on the mound. But before we go to break, and with the Michael Napoleon Memorial Foundation, they will have the proceeds of all the raffle tickets today. They're also here in attendance with a Yeti cooler that's being raffled off before their golf tournament at Terry Hills shortly in the beginning of next month. But more about what they do. The Michael Napoleon Memorial Foundation is a nonprofit charitable organization that was established back in 2007 in memory of Michael Napoleon. Michael was a Batavia native. He was 3 years older than me, and we actually both went through our cancer treatments at the same time, as unfortunately he did not win his battle, and that was something that really hit home to this community. And they do so much great work here with young families that are dealing with very traumatic things. And to the day, they have assisted 455 families and have given over $512,000 in support, including 137 families who have received payments more than once. They've contributed over $90,000 to pediatric cancer research. That's really what they specify in, and have donated almost $70,000 to youth sports organizations, as well as $50,000 to Golisano Children's Hospital, where they have a new wing that's named after them. And then they pledged that $25K to the pediatric patient ICU room at UMMC here in Batavia. So again, thank you for all that you do. They're very close family friends to us. It's something that I care deeply about. My mom's on the board of the foundation, and we are so blessed to be able to help them, us being the Muckdogs, to help out with what they want to do. So there's my quick little rant. Dom Popa, in the meantime, just grounded out to the second baseman, Cam Connolly. So trying to get on the scoreboard is Elmira. One strike right there. As Chris Erickson from Siena College flew out to Charlie Ciccone, and he swings and hits that one to the backstop. This is huge for Batavia. It was all week long. The message was, you want to, as Eric Mozicki runs and grabs that ball right before the pitch, and that's going to be strike three. See ya later. Dathan McGrath continuing to groove here tonight, or today rather. Not used to these 4:05 starts yet.
Look, up in the sky.
As you can kind of see faintly in the distance, a helicopter is coming. The players are going to get off the field as the candy drop.
A helicopter.
As Pete Zeliff is coming. He was earlier today from Florida and flew a plane here. And there is over 200 pounds of candy in that helicopter that you can see coming in. And he's going to come right over the field as Pete Zeliff with that helicopter, as hopefully you guys can see it over there in the distance. That is so close to the field. And the players got off the field smartly, so that's not going to come and hit them in the head. So Pete Zeliff, look at the the dust coming up from the field as he's going to drop that 200 pounds of candy for the kids in attendance. And with no rain on the infield with the tarp, you can tell pretty dusty over there as he's looking right over the field. I'm even getting dust in my eyes up here in the press box. Like to make it fun here at Dwyer Stadium. Comes to no surprise. As Pete Zeliff is coming down for the candy drop for all the kids in attendance. And this is why Batavia is the place to be. And there is some of the candy right there. That was just dropped. He might just come all the way down on the field. It's absolutely crazy. He's coming down with more candy to drop here, as there's some more you can see. He dropped right in right center field. So the candy drop, these kids are chomping at the bits to get that, as it was supposed to be with the Graham Corporation Kids Run, as and more candy being dropped. An in-game picture over here for the Dogs. As, no, it's looking pretty fun for them. As Joe Georger's also running in. As the guys, you can tell they are having a fun time, up 8-0. There's a helicopter on the field. A very fun day here at Dwyer Stadium on 7/1/6 night here at the ballpark. And more candy being dropped. As if you're Elmira at this point, it's really kind of taken the flow of the game away. As you know, already was 8-0. Pete Zeliff, thank you very much. A great fan of the Muckdogs, and looks like the players want some candy too. And it looks like the Pios also have a bucket, and the Pios are going to take all the candy from the kids. And Pete Zeliff is the man. And look at all these kids come. So we'll take a quick break, as it's going to take a long time to get these guys off the field. So again, you're watching Batavia Muckdog Baseball here on YouTube Live, with a little twist here today with the candy drop by Pete Zeliff coming out of the helicopter as he just stormed by.
Tell me why I try. It's all for nothing. You're my only vice. My hand trust me. My mind shuts down and I can't compete. My body's shaking and I'm scared to say just how I feel. Gotta turn on that noise so I can make the right choice. I need to know, 'cause if you won't listen, I might just have to go. I want to leave this all behind. Can we close this door for peace of mind? 'Cause I'm not the one to scream and shout, and you don't want to talk this out. And I don't want to lose me, so I need to choose me. Choose me. So I need to choose me. Choose me. I really need to.
So my apologies with the music being a little faint in the background. Didn't turn it up as there was your quick little halftime for today's game. It was nice to kind of stretch the legs out, take a quick walk, go to the bathroom, as that is definitely something you don't see every day. First pitch swinging is Justin Taylor. Camped under it is Spencer Marcus, and there is the final out of the top of the 5th inning. Just a little bit of time in between some of those pitches there from Dathan McGrath. However, we'll head into the bottom half of the inning now, as in the bottom of the 5th, for your Muckdogs, you'll see Abner Benitez, Bryce Mortolaro, and Charlie Siconi.
That you're bringing me down till I'm stuck on the ground. I need to turn on the noise so I can make the right choice. I need to know, can this be different, or should I let this go? I want to leave this all behind. Can we close this door for peace of mind? 'Cause I'm not the one to scream and shout, and you don't want to talk this out. And I don't want to lose me, so I need to choose me. Choose me. So I need to choose me. Choose me. I really need to, and I don't want to lose me, so I need to choose me. The leaves are freezing now, but right now my heart is warm enough, and I know you must be in a rush to get home before the dark will get to you. And I will leave a light on. I'll play your favorite song.
So Abner Benitez, the first man due up here. And Scotty James, go Tarp Skunks, 22-11. Yep. Batavia handed them their last loss, Scotty. I don't know if you were watching, but it was a pretty good game. As the first pitch runs inside to Abner, goes all the way to the backstop. So 1-0 as Alex Sweeney's still on the mound. As Sweeney came in relief in the last inning. As that one also misses. So this is probably worst case scenario if you're Elmira. Wanted to come into this game against your big rival, per se. And kind of just get back to your roots. Get back to what you know, and that's winning with this team. And that's just how baseball is sometimes. It's not like they're doing anything, different than before. It's just things have not went their way. It's tough to get in a groove when you're only playing once every 4 or 5 days due to weather. Not playing a lot at home as well, as that's the place where they do excel in. They're 10-5 at Dunfield. And 2 games against the Muckdogs there at home could have changed some things, but they were not granted that opportunity. As Abner Benitez with a 4-pitch walk, that's his second of the day. So now Bryce Mortellaro coming off that leadoff double that he had in the Muckdogs' 5th inning, where they tacked on 4 more runs. And Batavia, 8 runs, just 4 hits. Elmira, 3 errors already so far today. 1-1 count. Sweeney in the stretch. Benitez takes his lead. That pitch home bounces to the plate. And you can tell Sweeney just has some control issues right now. Nobody else warmed up in the pen, so this is going to be Sweeney's situation to get out of. That one popped up by Mortellaro. That one gets out of play. 1-2, Bryce Mortellaro. Yet still at the dish. Had a solid day so far. 1 for 2. Multi-hit game could happen right here for him. That one swung again, and staying alive is Mortellaro. We'll try it one more time. 1-2 count. Muckdogs haven't had a commanding, huge blowout win like this in a long time. Yes. 3 straight foul balls for Mortellaro, trying to fight and stay alive. Had to make sure that that bat was still intact. That's the one that the Mozickis gave him. Blessed it with holy water, so that would be a shame if that bat broke. That one ripped back up the middle, and Mejia will catch that line drive for the first out. So this game has had a little bit of everything. Started off with a fluke 2-run scoring, as Abner Benitez thought that it was ball 4. Some people thought it hit him, so it was a dead ball, and that's what the starting pitcher, David Ferguson, and Robbie Barrientos thought, that it just hit him, and that's why nobody covered. Just racing home was Blair Frederick and then Spencer Marcus when nobody else was covering home. So that's how they got out to their lead, 2-0. And Batavia tacked on 2 more. And the interim manager, Andrew Drum, was not having it. That one is chopped over to Charlie Ciccone, and there is another error for the Pios. These games where things have gotten out of hand quickly for them, they've had 4, 5, even 6 errors against the Muckdogs. As that one will be error number 4. At this point, it really looks like they are just done. They've I've heard rumblings from some players on the Muckdogs that they've told them that they don't want to be in the playoffs. And that one's going to get through. Trey Bacon is being waved around. Will be Abner Benitez. There's going to be a play, and no, there won't. As now trying to get in a rundown is Trey Bacon. Is he just going to throw it, try to get it down? Charlie Ciccone tries to get down, and he's going to be out. So a double play there, as Trey Bacon should have tried to keep going a little back and forth, getting a pickle there. But doesn't really matter, as Charlie Ciccone's just saying, where'd he tag me? And they have that all figured out now, as again, Batavia did have another run score, so it is 9-0. Kind of wasted that opportunity right there. But Dathan McGrath still on the mound, and we'll talk a little bit more about the Pios' future and some of the things that I have heard when we get back.
Thinking back on the memories, all the things that you and me used to do, dancing late to country songs, staying up, yeah, all night long. It felt like we belonged. Now I must admit it, that I'm not ready to let you go. You left me, I'm so not ready. Come and go. Come and go. Oh. Come and go. Looking back at the messages, hoping that you might reach out. Before I do, wish you'd tell me what went wrong. Replay the thoughts before they're gone. I can't seem to go on.
And Trevor Henneman stepping in, as we are still here. 9-0 is your score. Batavia coming out of the gates red hot. And it just seems like things are getting out of control, as Ethan Fresca is now in the game at second base. That one popped up, but hit foul by Trevor. As Fresca comes into the game, Cam Connolly's day appears to be done. As 2-1. So Ethan Fresca getting the chance today. I know that his aunt is still here. Talk to her, because early on we have that sort of Canadian accent that I get sometimes, and my A's are kind of long, and I was saying Frasca instead of Fresca. That was something that she was giving me some grief for, but it was all fun and games. So Trevor Henneman gets the leadoff walk. And again, for a team that just had that inning-ending double play, as it was very smart by Trevor to hold on to that, watch, just throw the ball over, get the out at second, and then trying to dart home was Charlie Ciccone. That ended the inning, but for them, I feel like there would be a little bit more life, as it still appears that that 9-0 deficit that they find themselves in is just kind of the nail in the coffin for them. They've really, again, it's their past 10 games, it's just been a downward spiral. It really just looks like they've kind of given up. Some of the players saying that they don't want to be in the playoffs, and it's a very odd dynamic, I believe, right now. If they lose this one, then they're dropping to 14-16. Batavia will get another game up on them. As something that's also going to hurt them is the new rule about double headers. Double headers now. That would miss us, so Dathan back-to-back walks. As, again, yesterday the mandate went out through the entire league, basically stating that if you had doubleheaders scheduled or if the rain continues to be a factor and a nuisance for this season, that you can't force another team that is low on pitchers or they're burned out. It's just something that they don't want to risk the health and safety of these players, especially to the teams that are out of the hunt or maybe are in first place, and they don't need to waste some of their guys on games that to them really don't matter. So it's understandable where they're coming from, but for teams like Batavia and Elmira, and specifically for Elmira, where they've played the least amount of games in the entire division, and I believe it might be the entire league as well. So for them to lose some possible games with Oneonta, as that one trickles away from Bryce, and both runners will advance. As this is a tough position for them to be in, with needing to have games to gain more percentage points for wins, because you can't expect that every single team is going to get the 45, 50 games in that were on the schedule to start the season. However, if you are Elmira, now you're probably finding yourselves 2 games under 500 in your 30th game of the year, while this will be Batavia's 34th. It's just, you need to somehow make things up, but can't make other teams that don't want to play those doubleheaders that have been now scheduled for them. With all the rainouts and cancellations, you can't force another team to do that, and it's unfortunate, but there's nothing you can do. Aaron Thomas with an uppercut swing. That one's going to get down, and 2 runs are going to score. Trevor Henneman and Robbie Barrientos scoring on the 2-run double, and there's a little bit of life for Elmira. As, again, walks score. Walks are critical. So Aaron Thomas with the 2 RBI double there. And I think, in a way, Elmira's also stunned of what has occurred with them being the team that has been so dominant in a playoff caliber team every year of their existence. Peter Theodorelis, and now these bats are starting to wake up a little bit, as there is going to be a throw in, and now runners on the corners with nobody out. Dathan McGrath, tell he's starting to lose it a little bit. I believe that's Kyle O'Neill in the Muckdogs pen that should be coming in here. Once again, Elmira still a long way to come back in this one, but it's just the little wins. If they could at least make this a closer game, it's good for the confidence. And again, if they want a playoff spot, they have to win these games against Batavia, that's ahead of them. Geneva's also ahead of them. And right on their tail is the Niagara Power. So we will see what happens. Dathan still in the game. And with that double by Aaron Thomas, that will be his 10th hit of the year and his 5th double. So a guy, when he makes contact, he's going to hit it a ways, and 9 RBIs, too. So Theodorelis gets on the single. And they now have 4 hits, also with 4 errors. That one's hit over but foul. So Mejia so far does have that single that was almost caught by Dathan, and a strikeout. Again, runners on the corners as that one's taken for ball one. Again, if you look at Elmira's upcoming games, that one's chopped and hit. Joe Georgia scoops it, and they get one. They try to get the other, and safe at first. So the run will score. And it is 9-3. Favor of Batavia. Fielder's choice RBI for Jeff Mejia.
Shortstop number 23, Donovan Montgomery.
So Dathan just trying to get out of this inning as he gets his first out. Now we'll face Donovan Montgomery. First three batters of the inning have all came around to score. So Batavia, if they win this one, they've won 8 of their last 10. Riding a 3-game win streak right now. Again, it would be their 4th straight win at Dwyer. With the percentage points, as yesterday Geneva lost, or 2 days ago Geneva lost, as they now sit right at 500, 16-16. Time was called. Dave finds himself 5 games back. Big walk-off win against Jamestown in their last game, and they'll go on the road to face off against the Niagara Power with 2 games against Newark. And it will be a off day, and then 3 straight games against the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. These two teams could face off in the playoffs against one another, as that's like a quick little best-of-3 series before the playoffs starts. Batavia finally getting that first win against Jamestown, and in very electrifying fashion. And went hammered down the line, but foul. So if we also take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, Geneva is playing the Newark Pilots right now, and for Batavia, you want Newark to win, and they are up right now 5-4 in the bottom of the 4th. That one's going to get by Ethan Sarmiento, and holding up at second will be Mejia. Now again, 2 runners on, and even though it looked like they were completely out of it, didn't look like they really wanted to be here, Myra's kind of building something in this inning as Kyle O'Neill again still getting ready with 4 hits for the Pios this inning alone.
Extra hitter number 25, Bobby Marsh.
Now Bobby Marsh, who's been quiet, 2 pop-outs, 1 to right and 1 to left. But again, Geneva and Newark in the bottom of the 4th inning. Newark up in that one 5-4. Cancellation between Glens Falls and Amsterdam. And 5 o'clock was supposed to be 5 o'clock start between Utica and Watertown. That game I have nothing on yet. And getting things underway soon, Mohawk Valley and Auburn, with Jamestown and Niagara playing at 7. So that one's popped up. Trying to chase after it is Ethan Sarmiento, and he'll realize that's going to get into the bleacher seats. Again, if you're watching here on YouTube Live, I'd like to say thank you very much for supporting us and myself. Had a lot of great reviews, since the new audio equipment with some of the other features that I've been trying to utilize is appreciated always. 2-1 count. Bobby Marsh at the dish. 2 men on. Elmira, even though they're still down 6 runs, could put a big dent in the deficit that they currently face. That one misses upstairs. As it looks like Dathan has just ran out of gas. And sometimes, too, maybe with the candy drop, was taken out of his rhythm. As that one missed inside. And so Elmira flipping the script here. As they want to get back in this ball game. Bases will be loaded. Skip Martinez walks out. I believe he's going to take the ball from Dathan, with Kyle O'Neill being the reliever from Felician University. That's going to come and clean the mess, as Batavia, again, still up in this one 9-3. They've had their way. I want to make sure that it's still close, not too And it appears Kyle O'Neill is ready to go. Had some warm-up pitches, and now he'll try to stop the bleeding again, this time against Dom Popa, as 3 runs have crossed here in the top of the 6th inning for Elmira. And another big situation here, 1 out, bases loaded. And that one misses for ball 1 to Popa, as a great start for Dathan. Again, just kind of ran out of gas. And so at this point in the season, you want to try to lengthen your starters out a little more, because every opportunity counts to not have to use your bullpen, with it being the end of the season and already some injury concerns with Carlos Rodriguez. You want to make sure that that bullpen's still in good health. So, geesh. Tightening the zone on Kyle coming into this one. As again, O'Neill, 10 appearances, just 10 2/3. Kind of a guy that comes in for certain situations. 13 hits, 10 runs allowed. That one misses, so that one they will score. So 9-4. And again, these types of games are always hard as a player even to try to stay up, stay engaged. Batavia was up so big they thought that it was just, under wraps, but just like that, a few walks early on in the inning, one big hit by Aaron Thomas. And after that, it's just a little interesting to try to stay in the game. Again, Elmira team is trying to claw back into this. If they could somehow come back and win this ball game, that would be tremendous for their confidence. As talking to Kyle quickly, Charlie Ciccone comes in. So a little bit of emphasis there. Looks like AJ Winger might be getting ready, as his family also just came up from Texas, the Houston area. Was pitched last on Thursday. That one misses for Kyle. So 6 straight balls coming into this one for Kyle. Long top of the 6th inning here. Chris Erickson now, that pitch home, big swing and a miss, and it's got to be a sigh of relief for O'Neal. The fans like that. Two and one count. That one misses inside. So, again, for everybody involved, these types of games can feel like they drag on for a while. As that one will be a walk as well. So the score is 9-5 as continuing to apply pressure. 5 walks this inning. 5 walks in an inning. I cannot believe that. They are just basically gift wrapping Elmira a chance to come back and win this ball game. You got to be able to close this out. Bases are still loaded, just 1 out. That one in there for a strike. We saw a similar situation, just the roles were reversed in the first game at Dwyer this season. Batavia was down 7-0 and came back, tied the game up at 7 apiece. There's back-to-back strikes. This time now to Justin Taylor. These fans starting to get into this ball game a little more. O'Neal sets, he throws in a big strikeout there for Kyle O'Neal. These fans happy that we finally got an out. So Trevor Henneman was the man that started this inning off. He'll be coming back to the plate. So Trevor, and they keep this inning alive. Trevor Henneman. First pitch to him. Misses on the outside corner that they've just not got any calls. Stop the bleeding here. The 1-0 swung on and hit off himself, so that's a foul ball. Again, batted around this inning. Would not expect that if you look at the scoreboard, but all the momentum is on the side of the visitors in the Pios. 1-1 count. O'Neal came into a pretty tough spot, trying to work out of it. That pitch home and fouled off Henneman yet again. let's see what they can do again. Going into the bottom half of the inning, we'll thank our next batch of sponsors, Alex's Place, Tompkins Bank of Castile, and Dr. Noah Hoy. So here's Hedeman. So O'Neill gets the sign, trying to strike out his second straight batter in this inning that has dragged on for a long time. And the zone continues to get tighter and tighter. 2-2. This game already, it's in the 6th inning. Again, we started at 4:24. So that one was drilled. Already past the 2-hour mark in this ball game. Still not used to these 4:05 games. We're supposed to have a few more throughout the season on these Sunday home games. That went outside and just not getting any of these calls. Very tough to see. And Joe Martinez and Tony Brewington, they're pacing over there. It's very frustrating. Fans getting involved. The payoff, that one is, guess what? Fouled. Another full count opportunity. Eric Mozicki, our clubhouse manager, just threw in some more balls. He's joined for the second time with Chance Winger. A.J. Winger, a pitcher in the bullpen. His younger brother is here earlier in the month on July 4th. That pitch home misses outside. So this Elmira bench, they're being resilient, scrapping, clawing their way back into this ball game as it's just a 3-run game. 6 runs and 6 walks in this inning.
The catcher, number 11, Robbie Barrientos.
So Don Popa, the lead runner at third. Chris Erickson at second. They want to stop this nightmare inning. Just watching the ball go by and seeing the walk. Don't even have to go up there with a bat. They're just, these pitchers are just doing it for them. That's the frustrating part. 6 walks in an inning. That one misses high. So 1-1. Do see A.J. Winger getting warmed up. Want to try to see if O'Neill can get his second out of the inning. 1-1 count. Getting set is Kyle. That one misses low. Fans trying to get back into it. That one's popped up. Robbie Barrientos, that one's going to be caught by Charlie Ciccone, and this nightmare inning again is finally over. So 6 runs on just 3 hits. 3 hits scoring 6 runs. This was a very odd inning and a very odd game. Nevertheless, during this time, we'll thank that batch of sponsors that I was talking about, Tompkins Bank of Castile, Alex's Place, and Dr. Noah Hoy. At this time, we'd like to thank more of our sponsors. Noah Hoy Chiropractic. This game is sponsored by Dr. Noah Hoy, the official team chiropractor of the Batavia Muckdogs, located at 184 Washington Avenue in Batavia. For an appointment, please call 585-343-9316. Also, a big thanks to Alex's Place for the best ribs in the state, as well as Tompkins Bank of Castile. Tompkins Bank of Castile is a community bank that was founded back in 1869. They now have 15 offices in 6 counties across the Western New York region. Services include complete lines of consumer deposit accounts and loans, business accounts and loans, and leasing. In addition, insurance is offered through an affiliate company, Tompkins Insurance Agencies. Wealth management, trust, and investment services provided through Tompkins Financial Advisors. So a big thanks to Dr. Noah Hoy, Alex's Place, and Tompkins Bank of Castile. So my apologies that's still up there. But again, big thanks to Alex's Place, Tompkins Bank of Castile, and Dr. Noah Hoy. As that one is put into play, Joe Georger, and another just underhand toss. That underhand toss is the signature move for Justin Taylor as they get the first out against Joe Georger.
Third baseman, number 10, Ethan Sarmiento.
So now here's Ethan Sarmiento for the 4-3 ground out. And big week for Batavia as that one is in for a strike. So next pitch from Sweeney. That one's also put into play. Softly hit over to Aaron Thomas in right field for the second out. So quickly, things still trending in the direction positively for Elmira after scoring 6 runs. And now here's Jerry Reinhardt at the top of the lineup. So the 6th inning has not been pleasant to the Muckdogs so far. Jerry Reinhardt maybe trying to get a little 2-out hit here. That one runs inside. And Batavia will play Niagara Power tomorrow. We'll continue to update you when we can with the Newark Pilots and Geneva Red Wings, as that game means a lot for Batavia in terms of standings. But they have to make sure that they actually close out this game here today. You can follow and look at all the stats and updates here in the PGCBL on pointstreak.com, as well as a look at the lineup that I've presented multiple times and some other video and a whole lot of content on our social media platforms. As Jerry Reinhardt rips that one into left field and trying to dive is a left fielder. As Jerry Reinhardt's just going to take the extra base there. That was questionable for Erickson to try to dolphin dive. And Jerry Reinhardt with a big 2-out hit. And top of the 6th inning, Newark still has that slim lead, 5-4. So Jerry picks up his first hit of the day, but he's reached 3 times. As Blair Frederick, he has an RBI single. Tries to get another RBI to his credit here on a Sunday afternoon game at Dwyer Stadium. Seems like he's good to go. Erickson just had to dust himself off a little bit. Again, Blair walked, scored, and then that RBI single back in the fourth. And that was RBI number 5. That one bounces to the plate. Blair Frederick trying to increase that lead. It's gotten too close for comfort here at Dwyer Stadium. That one, they tried to nab Reinhardt at second base, but he gets back in time. 1-0 count. Blair Frederick. And this pitch home, that one swung on and hit high out towards Jeff Mejia in center field. He will come in, make the catch as him and Chris Erickson, little communication there. So Batavia cannot score a run after Elmira scores 6 in the top of the inning. We'll head into the 7th as I believe it's going to be A.J. Winger, the one to be out there. So we'll be back here shortly as A.J. Winger from Texas Southern is going to get things ready here.
Every day I'm drifting, cast away like a ship in the sea. 'Cause I don't know where to go, feeling low and I do think about it. Every day, feeling so shifty, feeling lost when I answer inside. 'Cause I still cannot see how my life's gonna be, so I hide away. But when the storm begins to fade, I see my path, I'm not afraid. And in the break of day, the light shakes my shadows away. Perhaps the sky is clear someday. Every day I set direction, no longer worried I won't find my way. 'Cause now I know where to go, it was long ago since the darkest days. 'Cause when the storm begins to fade, I see my path, I'm not afraid. And in the break of day.
So A.J. Winger just got introduced by his mom, Evelyn, who's a Muckdogs super fan. And again, A.J. Winger, he's been one of the most reliable arms out of this Muckdog bullpen. And that one is hit over to Ethan Sarmiento, catches that on a hop, and one pitch, one out for Winger. It's going to make his mom pretty happy. And again, they just flew up this time from Houston. Second trip that they've made this month, and we can't thank them enough for all the support. She also takes amazing pictures, and she sends them all to me to use, so she's the best. Now here's Peter Theodorelis, that first pitch strike on the outside corner. That one in there as well. So A.J. Winger coming in. Maybe he was the guy to go to after Dathan got into some trouble last inning. And strike three, 3 pitches, see you later. And this is Winger. She said, go get your mama a K. Well, he just got one right there for you. 2 down quickly. And again, just trying to stop that momentum that Elmira built up back in the 6th. And that one, nice scoop there by Bryce Mortellaro as Jeff Mejia. I feel like he was just up, and that's because he had an RBI single last inning. That one swung on and kind of a funky swing there, but it's foul as it sliced down the left field line. So 1-1 count. Got a beautiful day for baseball. So glad that we could get this game in, because with the amount of rain that we got yesterday, over 4 inches of rain here in Batavia, we weren't really sure how the field was going to look. We knew that the weather was going to be fine today, but how swamped it was, you can still kind of see the indentation from the tarp comparable to the rest of the grass. So it's a 2-2 count here for Winger, but just very glad and so proud of all the work that everybody did to make sure that this game was possible. And there's, thought that they were going to punch out a second straight batter there. However, did not get the call. So full count, here's Winger, and that one is a ball. So both of these teams stuck at 5 hits. Just a lot more errors for Elmira, 4 errors compared to 0. And Batavia still has a 3-run lead. Donovan Montgomery trying to change that. Very odd game here at Dwyer Stadium today, as that one's cut on, hit over the right field line. Spencer Marcus will make the catch. What a play by Spencer Marcus. So reliable out there in right field. And the Winger family extremely happy, as it's time to stretch here finally at Dwyer Stadium. We had the candy drop, a long 6th inning. This is very, very much due for everybody involved. So have a good stretch, and we'll be back here shortly here on YouTube Live.
You just have to try harder than you fight. You might be lost like sunshine in the night. You know what they say, life's about today. If you wanna be someone, you don't have to wait. You just have to change. What if I were you? Would it be easier for me?
So hopefully you had a great 7th inning stretch. Spencer Marcus is ready to go. He's been plunked 2 times today and then also hit a pop fly over to Justin Taylor. So he's still looking for his first hit here in this one. That one runs outside. And new man on the mound for the Pios. It'll be their 3rd pitcher of the day. Alex Sweeney came in and actually had a pretty good outing. Here is Kevin Serrano. His 2nd pitch misses as 2-0. And again, Kevin Serrano, a right-handed pitcher / utility guy from Corning Community College. He's a part of that trio with Reese Yeomans, obviously himself, and Sam Polanco. This will be his 8th appearance of the season. He's only had 1 start, so comes out of the pen and does have a pretty good fastball. 14 innings pitched, allowing 6 earned runs and 18 strikeouts compared to just 4 walks for a 3.85 ERA. He's got his first strike. Now trying to grip it and rip it is Spencer Marcus. That one swung on but fouled. Again, if you're Batavia here, you want to tack on a little bit. Even though Winger just came in and had a very great first inning, don't want to stop here. We saw how, even with a large deficit, that Elmira can come back from just about anything. Games that are hanging in the balance, Batavia has struggled to just keep, a substantial lead. Always feels like Batavia's in these close games down the stretch. The full count, that one is hit over towards the right field line, and not being able to get there in foul ground was Aaron Thomas. But again, Spencer Marcus. And another payoff pitch here. Serrano shakes off a few pitches, and he gets what he wants. That pitch home and fanned on and tagged. And there's a strikeout for Serrano and the first man that he faces, but here's Ethan Fresca. So Ethan Fresca now in his first at-bat. He was a defensive substitution from Land O'Lakes, Florida. Attends University of South Carolina Union, a very well-respected JUCO. As that one is pieced out towards center field. It's just going to be right at Jeff Mejia. So again, Fresca's been swinging a really good bat. It's just hasn't found the outfield grass. But his time will definitely come. So Abner Benitez up now. He's been walked twice and also struck out. We're approaching the 7 o'clock hour. That one's popped up, and Peter Theodorelis chasing after it. And, he just tried to jump in the stands. That was a little funny sequence there. So Abner Benitez gains some more life. 0-1 count. See if we can get another 2-out hit. 1-1. Again, just a very odd game, starting beginning with that, almost, I don't know if it was a hit by pitch or if it was just a pass ball. Nobody really knew. And 2-1. It started with that. 4-0 was the score. Pioneer manager Andrew Drum got tossed. He's actually here in the press box with us right now, as he did tell me in one of the breaks that it was the purpose for him getting tossed because he was pretty calm and composed. You could just tell he was frustrated, and he wanted to get tossed to try to send a message to this team, which has worked out, as it didn't work out originally because they were down 9-0, but something must have clicked for them. We've seen that their offense can score runs in bunches at any point in time, and that was on display yet again here today. So the full count pitch, taking time. Abner loves to have his pace when he's in the box. Likes to call time. If he's not feeling good, he's not afraid to just take a step out, compose himself, as that one misses. So a great at-bat for Abner Benitez, picking up his third walk of the day. Even though he's a guy that does strike out a lot, he has a great eye for pitches, and sometimes it's almost too good of an eye. So here is Bryce Mortellaro. Had that double in the gap near the Geico and Ficarella's sign. And that is his only hit of the day. That was back in the fourth. That one hammered down the line. That's going to be a fair ball. Peter Theodorelis couldn't get there, as that's going to go all the way in the corner. Trying to score is Abner Benitez. Score all the way from first base. Nice hit, Bryce Mortellaro. He's hyped up. He wants to put Elmira away. He's a guy, he had his jersey and full uniform on. I believe it was 3 hours before first pitch. He was ready to go today. He knew it's business against Elmira, and he's having himself a great little performance. 2 doubles for him. One out in right field and yanked that one, as your score is now 10-6 with Charlie Ciccone, who's been swinging a very hot bat. He's reached all 3 times today. Reached on that E4 last time, but has 2 singles to his credit. That one runs outside, so ahead in the count yet again as Serrano just allowed his first run of the outing. Another RBI for Mortellaro. That one hit over on Bank Street. So Mortellaro with now 12 hits, 4 doubles, doubled his doubles total here today, and he now has 8 RBIs. 1 out. Or excuse me, 1-1 count, 2 down, and a 2-1 count. Again, if you're watching here on a beautiful, even though some clouds are rolling in, a beautiful Sunday afternoon, now turning into nighttime. Very, very thankful for you watching. That one swung and hammered out towards center field, and Mejia will come on and make the catch. So Batavia adds another run, as it is now a 4-run ball game with 7 innings of baseball complete. We're going to thank our last little group of sponsors: Restore, New York 529 College Savings, and UMMC. And a quick shout out to our last 3 sponsors here on today's broadcast: United Memorial Medical Center, New York 529 College Savings, and Restore. Restore provides crisis intervention and support services to survivors of sexual assault and to their loved ones. Trained advocates are available 24/7, helping you make informed choices concerning medical, legal, and counseling needs while offering advocacy and information about your rights. Visit RestoreSAS.org for more information. You can reach Restore 24/7 at their confidential hotline at 1-585-527-1757. Restore means trust. Restore means empowerment. Restore means healing. Restore is here no matter what. And again, a big thanks to Restore, New York 529 College Savings, and UMMC. Again, we're so thankful for our first year here in the PGCBL that we have such amazing sponsors that truly care about the community and want to get as much involvement as possible. And we are, again, so thankful to have such great people supporting us, and we want you guys to support them in return for making baseball happy as that ball's hammered out towards the right fielder, Spencer Marcus, but ball didn't get a whole lot of air under it on the 2-0. And that will be out number 1. So a line drive catch for Spencer Marcus. Bobby Marsh got every stitch of that one. So Bobby Marsh lined out. So it is Dom Popa up here. That one misses outside. Dom Popa from the University of Pittsburgh came in the day hitting .303. A great outfielder. And he is 0 for 2. (1-1). That one comes in and beams Dom Popa. That one obviously was not intentional. And Chris Erickson due up here. He's had some success at Dwyer Stadium, but has not had a hit so far. One out already, but a man on first. Even though that it's a 4-run ball game, if you're Batavia, you just want to win by any means necessary. It doesn't have to be a big blowout, as Blair Frederick tried to have that. That ball thrown in way over by Abner Benitez, and now there's going to be a play at the plate, and Popa's going to score. Now all the way at third base will be Chris Erickson, and right when I was saying he's mostly pretty good here at Dwyer Stadium, he makes it a 10-7 game after the hit and then the error by Benitez. That whole dilemma right there as Frederick dived probably wasn't the best decision there, as I do see some raindrops starting to come down here at the stadium. And then Benitez throwing the ball, and that was just way off the mark. So looks like they're just going to talk quick, and a lot of the fans are heading towards me, get under the metal awning. And Batavia now has their first error. And Justin Taylor up here. That one is driven, and that's going to be a hit. So 10-8 in this game. So close. Very, very close game, as it's just a 2-run game here. And the Pio's dugout getting hyped up as coming around to score, Chris Erickson.
First baseman number 34, Trevor Henneman.
Batavia's obviously struggled. I've said it time and time again, closing out ball games, but this is just by far a worst case scenario. You're up 9-0. It's a 10-8 ball game now. Less than ideal, and I think it's a microcosm in the sense that we've dealt with this for so long that you'd hope that those days are over. Unfortunately, so far, it's a close ball game, but maybe they're just doing it to make things a little interesting. Maybe that's the plan, as now the rain really starting to come down. A whole lot of rain. Fans now trying to come under the awning and all just cuddle up with each other so they can be nice and dry. So 1 and 2 just might be a little storm coming through out of nowhere. And that one swung on by Henneman. There's only 1 out in the inning, so Taylor's going to have to make his way back to first as Spencer Marcus makes the catch. He's already thrown out 1 runner at first base for a double play catch. Again, weather definitely a factor here. So Henneman flies out for out number 2. Now here's Barrientos. Barrientos from Old Dominion. I really like seeing him behind the plate. Check swings there. It doesn't matter. That's going to be a strike. So 2 RBI singles for the Pios. It is just a 2-run ball game. Oh, 1. That one is strike number 2. Some of the fans just, you know, they're the smart ones. They're coming for the seats, but some of them, rain doesn't matter. They're still sitting in the elements as the 0-2 is fouled away. Again, A.J. Winger just let up 2 runs, but he's trying to get out of it. But I'm nice and dry up here. 0-2 count. Winger steps off as the rain is coming down. I said that the clouds were getting a little dark. We might have to have the lights come on here shortly. A very good crowd here on a Sunday as Winger loses the handle on that pitch. Again, here in the top of the 8th inning, Batavia just a 2-run lead. Up 9-0 to now this ball game. Pitch by Winger inside, and ooh, they don't give him that call either. So 2-2. Twos across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. That one was gonna hit Barrientos in the noggin. And it's a 0-2 count to a 3-2 count. This rain's actually going to be real nice for the infield, and that infield grass that's pretty discolored as A.J. Winger gets the strikeout. That'll end the top of the 8th. 2 strikeouts that inning for Winger. We'll head into the bottom of the 8th inning now as Batavia has some work to do. As we will put on some music for you. And Trey Bacon, Joe Georgia, and Ethan Sarmiento, the bottom 3 guys in the Batavia lineup, are due up first. Batavia needs to score a few more runs.
You can hear me sleep talking at night. I tried to hide, lost my mind. All my crooked edges cut me up inside, day and night. My composure ran away, disappeared without a trace. I can't cover up the pain. Hold me and don't ever leave. You're the only good in me. When I lose it, promise you'll find me. Promise you'll find me. Promise you'll find me. Now we wait while I waver in and out of mental states. I can't escape. Watch the flame. It could burn us both if it is never tamed. I'm afraid. Hold me and don't ever leave. You're the only good
And here is the first man up here, Trey Bacon, already in a 1-1 count. Again, Kevin Serrano out there for his second inning. It's 2-1. So 8, 9, and 10 up in the Muckdogs order. They have had a few RBIs. Ethan Sarmiento has one, and so does Joe Georger on the bases loaded walk, as that 2-1 pitch taken right down the middle. So 10-8 is your score. If you're just joining us, it's been a crazy day at Dwyer Stadium. A whole lot of fun to watch. They're going to say that he did go, and that's going to be a strikeout for Trey Bacon. First strikeout of the day for Kevin Serrano. But now Joe Georger's turn. This again, hitting right around 250 this year from one of the best Division III programs in the country. He fouls his first pitch in this at-bat over my head here in the press box. The field already, it's soaking up this rain. It really needed it, as the field was extremely dry, and that's the only downfall of having such a good tarp is underneath there. It's like, you know, almost 200 degrees, so all that time, even though there's constant rain, it's very tough. 1-1. Ooh, that one's called for a strike. Haven't seen many calls, especially to lefties, called for strikes on the inner half. So it's a 1-2 count here for Joe Georger. Ethan Sarmiento due up next. A pitch from Serrano, misses inside. 2-2 count. Elmira trying to get back in the win column and make this season series even closer with the Dogs, as they were up big in this one, 9-0 to start out the game. And Joe Georger tries to hit that one, but it goes right back to Taylor, as that just kind of took a nosedive. Too much topspin on it. So now Ethan's turn. Doesn't want to go 1-2-3 here. So Ethan again, he flew out in a similar, actually, fashion to Taylor at second. Hit a sacrifice fly with the bases loaded out to center field. Mejia caught it, and scoring was Charlie Ciccone. And then he's also flown out to right field. So there's a slider. That's a strike as well. So Kevin Serrano starting to deal here, heading into the bottom, or excuse me, heading into the final inning, as Batavia has that 2-run lead. But if you could get some more insurance runs here, that would be best case scenarios. I think that Charlie Ciccone is coming in to pitch for the save, as Carlos Rodriguez is still out with an injury. That knee has still been bugging him. Charlie Ciccone might be the new closer for the Dogs, as he shut the door and had a great appearance back on Thursday against Jamestown. Big swing and a miss, and 1-2-3. Down go the Muckdogs. So it's time for Batavia to, again, shut this game out. It kind of dragged on for a while. Big momentum win. If you're Batavia, win's a win. Doesn't matter if it was going to be 11-0 or a short lead here. That is 10-8. So we will be back as A.J. Winger is going to start things off here in the top of the ninth. But we'll see when Charlie Ciccone is going to go out there, as he was just in the bullpen. Now he's going to his spot at short. So we'll be back here shortly on YouTube Live.
felt so safe and known. Made your house feel like my home. You needed me to stay. Booked that trip to Rome. Imagined us on cobblestones, but never planned the day you'd walk away. Poured your heart out and I drank it like wine. Those nights they were lying like you were, painting pictures of time, tears and years in my mind.
The YMCA is being played here. Fans getting into it as the rain, I believe, has stopped, but it's made it wet enough that they don't want to go back to their seats. So they'll stay right literally next to me here under the metal awning in the bleacher seats. As it will be Aaron Thomas, Peter Theodorelis, and then the top of the order with Jeff Mejia. His first pitch ball by A.J. Winger. Again, his family here in attendance on 7-1-6 at the ballpark, and that one just might have went through the glove of Ethan Sarmiento as he's going to try to go into second. Abner Benitez is just going to flip the ball over as there's a leadoff double, so a good start if you're Elmira. Second double of the day for Aaron Thomas. Have a day. As that was a odd hit right there, just kind of wailed at that one. So now here is Theodorelis. He already has one hit today. And again, 7-1-6 day. We had the Michael Napoleon Memorial Foundation here. I'm told that their raffles are doing amazing right now. I was very thankful we can help families that are going through very traumatic things with pediatric cancer. Also to have that long-lasting image of Michael and continue his legacy. As they will be having their Links and Drinks August 14th at Terry Hills. 9 holes of golfing shenanigans, beverage tastings, prizes, chicken barbecue, raffles, and music. So it's $320 for a team of 4. And you can also have sponsorships as well. That one kind of wailed at as well, but hit over to third. Sarmiento takes a look at Thomas, and they make the tag. What a play by Joe Georger. As that was an athletic adjustment by Georgia at first base. The throw was a little off target. And a great play made by Joe Georgia. So one out here, just 2 more to go as the top of the Piles lineup will come up. And that one bounces, and Bryce Mortellaro is going to grab it before Thomas can think about attempting to go to third. But again, if you're interested in that Yeti, the biggest Yeti, the 45 cooler raffle, they're $10 raffle tickets each, or 3 for $20. That drawing will be held on August 14th at the Links on Drinks. And that's also stocked with a bunch of Truly popsicles, the Truly Punch, the new Bud Light seltzers that just dropped not too long ago, as well as some Mick Ultra seltzers. So definitely a great deal, a nice way to end your summer with a Yeti while also supporting a great cause. That one misses, so 2-1. Man on second, 2-1 count. Already have one out. As Jeff Mejia already has a hit today, and there's strike 2 from Winger. So trying to get the save in front of his family. That one outside, so full count here. Don't want to walk be game-tying run aboard. Really need to get this out here. A.J. Winger gets set, has the pitch he wants. Delivers home. That one swung and missed, fouled. And I thought that it was just going to get to the backstop on a swing and miss, but he did nick it with the end of his bat. The lights are on, and then again, at the conclusion of this game, the Batavia Muckdogs are hosting the first ever Battle of the Badges between our local fire and police departments. I'm very excited to be a part of that, as there's another foul ball on the 3-2. A very resilient group with the Pios. Again, only winning 2 of their last 10 games. They've been abysmal on the road, 4-10 record, 4-6 against the Muckdogs this year. And I think that there was some lightning. Might be thunder and lightning, and the Pios are not very happy about that. As this game has already had completion, now the two teams are talking. Saying we have 2 outs left, so they want to keep the players, safe, but also they want to get this game going here. Bryce Mortolaro talking with Skip Martinez and the umpire crew. We're still awaiting confirmation, as this would be very crazy for Elmira, as, again, things just are not going their way. And now Peter Theodorelis and I believe that Sam Polanco are talking things over with the umpire crew. Now David Ferguson is joining, and they're going to talk to Sam Polanco. They're going to tell him to get lost. And now the assistant coach for the Pios comes in, Alex Bardo, that is the manager right now, because Andrew Drum, he's up here in the press box with us. He got kicked out earlier. So definitely a day to remember with everything happening. If the game gets postponed here due to weather, as I think they just want to get these final 2 outs. But the game is considered to be a quality start, with it already passing that threshold of making it a complete game. 6 innings, that's all you need. And I believe that now Dylan, our athletic trainer, is pulling out his phone to look at the weather forecast. I'm about to do the same. It looks like 90% at 8 o'clock for thunderstorms, but then we'll hit a portion where things seem to be okay. Now the umpire is going to go over and talk to Elmira and Robbie Nichols, who is making his way talk to the umpire crew. So we're going to figure all this out. I'm going to take a break to also figure out what's going on. We'll put some music on for you guys, and hopefully that this delay does not take too long. So again, we'll be back shortly, and once I find out some more information, I will let you guys know.
Close your eyes. Would you dream for me? Some
Well, that was quick. We're already back. Game will resume as AJ Winger is awarded some warm-up pitches. And after talking to owner Robbie Nichols, not very shocking that he just wants to get the game in. He just wants to have the completion of this game, as that's probably the best for both sides. And you could tell the Elmira bench was happy with that, as their game will not be canceled due to something that's out of their control. As now they're calling it, after we were just about to resume. And now we're in another delay. And guess what? That's not surprising to me. So we just had some more thunder and lightning.
Further updates as we get them here in the press box.
So again, right as things were about to go, it was taken away from us. So I'll put some more music back on. And again, when I find some more stuff, hopefully sooner rather than later, we can get the completion of this game underway.
We never say what we think, waiting for the perfect way. Time zone speak, got me on delay, 'cause across a million seas, would you do that for me? Times and run all the red lights across a million seas just to have you next to me. Paris and Tokyo, I go where I have to go. Screw geography, but would you do that for me? as we go. This trail heavily marked with shattered hearts and rotting egos. You were not made to hide all of that greatness inside you. And now the crusade has begun. There's no place they can run to. With triumph ablaze in our eyes, we fight for the truth by design. A valiant army of lions, all traitors will fall as we rise. In glory, in glory, the enemy will attempt to revolt, but there's no other end when up against the wicked and evil. When you look down at your scars, never forget who you are. And when you look up at the stars, never forget who you are. With triumph ablaze in our eyes, we fight for the truth by design. A valiant army of lions, all traitors will fall as we rise. In glory, in glory, in glory, in glory.
said it was just one more night, then it's over, it's the end. Train ourselves to sleep, hoping it might bring some sense. Feels like we're still on the fence. Thought that we were over after everything we said. We keep coming back for more. Why are you still here when we said goodbye? Why are you still here when I turned off the lights? Your bags are packed, but you just can't leave. Do you think we're meant to be? Are we meant to be? Are we meant to be? You're meant to be. Sick of staring at our photographs, 'cause they remind me what we were. But I can't seem to shake the feeling that we're growing when it hurts. Drink ourselves to sleep, hoping it might bring some sense. Feels like we're still on the fence. Thought that we were over after everything we said. We keep coming back for more. Why are you still here when we said goodbye? Why are you still here when I turned off the lights? Your bags are back, but you just can't leave. Do you think we're meant to be? Are we meant to be? Are we meant to be? You're meant to be.
I was trying to run from my destiny. Truth is, it's hard to want what you need.
All right, we are back. That lightning delay wasn't too long. Hopefully you guys are still watching, as it's a full count for AJ Winger on the bump. Again, Jeff Mejia. Oh, that one looks pretty good. But there's two men on now. It's 10-8 is your score. And one out. Now the double play is in effect all across the world. They want to get this game in before another possible lightning strike could happen. So the game tying run is on first base. The go-ahead is at the plate. That one in there for a strike. Batavia, if you are just joining us again, they were up 9-0 in this ball game. They had it in the bag, and slowly but surely in that sixth inning, Elmira continued to chip away at that lead. They made it a close ball game, scoring 6 runs in the sixth. However, already an 0-2 count. Just trying to get something here. As 0-2 count for AJ Winger. Big game for the Dogs in terms of seeding and standing here in the West Division. A little update for you. Geneva came back and won against Newark in extra innings, 8-6. So That hurts Batavia. And now here is Donovan Montgomery. 1-2 count, 2 men on. Montgomery has one hit that came back in the first inning. That one swung on and hit foul, so he'll stay alive at 1-2. Want to get this game under wraps. Shut the door is A.J. Winger. Has a 2-run lead. That one swung on and missed, and Montgomery strikes out yet again. And they're saying that he tipped it. Oh, and he did tip it. So not being able to hold on to it was Bryce Mortellaro. So no strikeout. So Donovan Montgomery getting yet another chance to come through for the Pios. With Bobby Marsh on deck. Winger comes set. The pitch home. And it doesn't matter. A great pitch right there by A.J. Winger. Had Montgomery way out in front, and they just need one more out to seal the deal in this ball game. Bobby Marsh up here. Bobby Marsh coming into this at-bat is 0 for 3, but he's been walked and scored a run. And there's a first pitch strike for A.J. Winger against the FAU first baseman. Two outs in the inning, 2 men on. A.J. Winger trying to be the hero in this one. That one is swung at and fouled away, so down to their final strike. Same situation with Jamestown just a few days ago. They were down to their final strike. Hayden Hunt got a huge hit. They made sure that game was hanging in the balance. They won it in the bottom of the 9th. They don't want to get the bats rolling here. They want to end it with A.J. Winger on the mound as he is in an 0-2 count. Again, Bobby Marsh at the plate. Winger gets the sign, the pitch home. That misses low. 1-2. Again, I talked to Mrs. Winger before we started things back up, and she was just so excited to see A.J. on the mound. Again, from Texas Southern. The 1-2. And that one is hit high out towards the left fielder Benitez. He's running towards the line, and he dropped the ball. He dropped the ball, and both runs are going to score. Are you kidding me? It's 10-10. And Abner Benitez with his second error of the ball game. Bobby Marsh hit a can of corn fly ball. And now the score is 10-10. The man on second base, again, Batavia was down to their final strike. And Abner Benitez overran it. Ball popped out of his glove. Gotta be kidding. Tom Popa, that one misses outside and low. So regardless, we will have a bottom half of the 9th inning now with the game tied. 1-0. That one's hit back up to Winger. What a play. What a play by Winger. He just did it himself. The comebacker makes an athletic, acrobatic play. Underhand for the final out here in the 9th. So Elmira does what they have to do. Put the ball in play by Bobby Marsh, a ball that was slicing down the left field line. Abner Benitez overran it. And now we will head into the bottom of the inning with the score tied at 10 apiece as the top of the Muckdog lineup will be up here. We'll put the graphic for you on the screen. Jerry Reinhart, Blair Frederick, and Spencer Marcus. The first 3 due up as we also will have a new pitcher here for the Pios.
Don't be shy, just stay. My hand, take me to your special place, the one where you can be yourself. You don't need to be scared of what the future will be. Just take me, baby, we will be what you don't know. You will see what I don't show, where I don't want to hide from our love. I don't want to hide anymore. Oh, anymore from our love. Take me everywhere.
So Jerry Reinhart at the dish, as the new pitcher for the Pios will be Carson Hobbs. Hobbs coming into this one, he is from Samford University. First pitch strike here to the Muckdog leadoff hitter Jerry Reinhart. As the Muckdogs love to make things interesting, and they love high-scoring affairs against the Pios. Time and time again, these two teams have battled it out, and it's a 1-2 count now for the Akron Zip. Carson Hobbs, that pitch home, check swung by Reinhart. I don't believe he went, and that is assured by the base ump. And Reinhart trying to clutch up here, put them in a great position to succeed. And he's tossed. Carson Hobbs throws one batter, and he just got tossed. How can you do that? I read his lips, what he said. He told the home plate umpire that you blank suck right to his face, and he just got tossed. So what is Elmira going to do now? What are they going to do on the mound? Nobody was warmed up in the pen. They have to have somebody that's going to come pitch. And this is absolutely insane. Let's just run you through some of the things that have happened here today. Batavia got out to a 2-0 lead based off the fact that Abner Benitez was at the dish. He thought it was the fourth ball, so he goes down and takes his base. But it was only ball 3, so the wild pitch got to the backstop. Robbie Barrientos, the catcher, must have thought that the ball ricocheted off Benitez, making it a foul ball or a dead ball. 2 runs scored because nobody went and covered home plate when Barrientos went to the wall to go field it. So that was controversial in its own right. That was the first thing. Next thing, the interim manager, Andrew Drum, for the Pios, decided that he thought it would be a good idea to get thrown out of the ball game to try to hype up his team. They've not been producing as of late as an offense. They only have 2 wins in their past 10 games. So Andrew Drum thought that it would be the right idea to motivate them in the sense that, you know, I'll get kicked out, show how much I care, and try to spark something. So at that point in time, Batavia already had a commanding lead. They were already up in that one 4-0. Well, then they scored 4 more runs after Drum was ejected. That made it 8-0. They tacked on another run in the 5th before the bat started rolling for Elmira, and that spark that was initiated by the manager, Andrew Drum, finally came into fruition. So they scored 6 runs in the 6th inning after a candy drop. A helicopter came onto the field and dropped 200 pounds of candy. So the game was then stopped right then and there. The kids came out just like the Graham Corporation's run, and play was postponed for 10 minutes. Then, after that, Elmira comes back. They make it a close game. And we had a delay with 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning due to lightning. So that was 30 minutes where nobody played. And we just came back. The game would have been over. And now they're arguing about something else. As these guys, I don't understand. So Todd Tringale just came out, and now they're arguing about how many pitches he had left. As these players, I don't understand how this should be allowed. And now somebody else is tossed, and they are not having it. Now Tringale is in the ear of the, and this is getting out of hand. This needs to be stopped. This needs to be stopped. They're calling the game. They just called the game. That's a win for Batavia. Are you kidding me? Batavia just got a walk-off win due to the coaching staff and the players that just got ejected. And now the players are fighting one another. This is insane. This is the craziest thing I have ever seen in my life. This is one of the most toxic environments I've ever seen. Ethan Frasca's waving the Muckdogs flag, and this is insane. The game was forfeited due to the man on the mound getting tossed after just 2 pitches after they just came back down 9-0. What in the world just happened here at Dwyer Stadium? And the fact that they just did that to themselves. They had all the momentum in the world. Abner Benitez dropped the fly ball to continue this game, to make it go into the bottom of the 9th inning. I am lost for words. Elmira just imploded their season with that right then and there. You can write it in the books because I have never seen anything like that. That was the disrespect to those umpires. A game was just forfeited, tied up in the bottom of the 9th inning, and Batavia was granted the win. More players were talking to the umpires. They got tossed. Then the coaching staff was getting involved. We haven't even seen anybody this year get ejected. We just saw maybe 10 Pios just get ejected. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen. They were getting in the umpire's face, trying to have an altercation. And we have our other broadcaster that thinks other ways that it's the umpire's fault. However, you can't change that. So I agree, Craig. Very embarrassing for the league as a whole and for the team. So who did what? Just flat out weird. I wish there was post-game press conferences just to know what happened. So something was said by Carson Hobbs, the pitcher that started off the bottom of the 9th inning. He swore and cursed at the umpire and called him out. So because of that, he was kicked out of the game, and they had to bring in a new pitcher. The new pitcher was Todd Tringale. And Tringale, when he came in, there was some miscommunication with how many pitches were then going to be thrown for warm-ups. And with that being said, they got into it again. More people had to come into it that had nothing to do with them, creating a situation where I wish I could explain to you, but honestly, I don't know. That was just insane. But some of the players, this is very nice that they're going to come out. Half the team is still here. They're going to shake hands, as this is actually the last time that these two teams will face off against one another. So chalk it up. A 10-10 win for your Muckdogs in the bottom of the 9th inning. Batavia goes to 18-16, 2 games over 500. They will stay in second place here in the West Division. More guys are now coming out, and this is actually a nice gesture, and it makes this crazy, crazy day end on a high note. I'm very, very happy that now more guys are coming out, and they're going to talk things up, as these two teams played each other all year long. They battled extremely hard throughout the year, so this is great that this is going to happen. But again, a crazy day. We will see you back tomorrow night at Sal Magley Stadium against the Niagara Power. And with that being said, Batavia stays hot. They have 4 straight wins here at Dwyer Stadium. And they are now 2 games over 500, the first time this season. Again, that's all I have to say. Batavia wins in one of the craziest games I've ever seen in my life. Have a great night, and as always, go Dogs.